I wish a void opened in the air to suck me up, cause I really don't care. While I'm falling, I wondered if you would miss me when I'm gone. While I'm falling, I wondered if you would miss me when I am gone. I feel so hollow, hollow inside, hollow inside. Promise me everything, promise me everything, but please don't lie. I've been in and out my mind since I hit your phone. I've been counting up the times that I did you wrong. I just want you by my side when I get real gone. Feel it's been a little while since we got along, yeah. We've been playing stupid games, the situation rotates. And they say communication, safe relations, okay. Medicated how I'm patient, wasting time ain't the way. Cause I can see it on your face. I've been tossing, turning, staying up all night long. I've been calling, yearning, wondering what I did wrong. I could tell by your eyes you got something to hide. So open your mind up, let me inside, and let's make it right. Tell me, baby, what's the problem? Cause I keep trying to figure it out. Oh no, oh no. Tell me, baby, what's the problem? I'm only picking up what you're putting down. You'll be tripping, I don't know what about. So what's the problem right now? Okay, now hold up. Let me get something right off my chest. I've been meaning to read into it, time to put it to rest. Is it stress? Is it that I ain't answer your text? Don't you treat it like amnesia, you know I always forget. Stirring the pot real hot, watch how the plot thickens. Around the clock, tick tock, need more than 20 seconds to get your attention before it's on to the next thing. And I'm over here again wondering, can I hold ya, hear your truth, pull you closer, talk it through?
Girl, you know that I'm the one that you can come and complain to. Your silhouette's amazing, but your brain is a maze too.
So can you help me find my way while I find something to say?
I know the arguing just augments everything going both ways, but baby, I can see it on your face.
I've been tossing, turning, staying up all night long. I've been calling, yearning, wondering what I did wrong. I could tell by your eyes you got something to hide. So open your mind up, let me inside, and let's make it right. Tell me, baby, what's the problem? Cause I keep trying to figure it out. Oh no, oh no. Tell me, baby, what's the problem? I'm only picking up what you're putting down. You'll be tripping, I don't know what about. So what's the problem right now?
Ready for this.
I just want to be myself. Don't talk to nobody else. I want to be someone special. I don't want to be a typical person. To get away from my tangle. Start from fresh with a fundamental. I feel it, I feel it right. I feel it right. I feel it, I feel it right. I feel it right. I'm learning how to be a better version of you. And now I realize I'm talking to myself. Doesn't really need to be forever. Doesn't make you feel better. I feel it, I feel it right. I feel it right. I feel it, I feel it right. I feel it right. Wanna feel it. Wanna feel it. Wanna feel it. I feel it. I feel it right. Wanna feel it. Wanna feel it. Wanna feel it. Wanna feel it.
Is it okay if I'm to say I'm catching feelings from all the dealings? Am I astray? What do you say? How are you feeling? Is it the same? I hope you're not planning to waste my time. To my surprise, that was her reply. Now we vibe. It's been a while and such a ride, the stars align. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She my do or die, my bona fide. My up when I'm down, she's always beside me. She makes me feel alive, I won't deny. Her love for me is real and kinda suicide-y. She's not the same, she's such a rare type. She's far from plain, at least in my eyes. She said if I cross her, I'll be in the grave or under attack, but yeah, that's still my babe. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role.
forget you. Baby, I know everything that was about you. Now I'm joking, I'm looking for the bathroom. Round and round, yeah, round and round we go. Picture perfect, but so many flaws to stop you. I don't wanna ever see you in the same room. I open up and then you hit on all my issues. Round and round we go. We go. Oh yeah.
Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Yeah. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Yeah. Where you look.
It's like I can't walk on the ceiling. Oh yeah, got me dreaming, dreaming in colors I never dreamed in. Oh yeah, I let you.
Welcome back, everyone, to Season 1 of the Blitz Gaming Series. I'm Chaka, that's Alios, and we're on Playday number 7 of our group stages. Only, 5 days until we can, have our final Playday, and then we get into playoffs. But let's take a look at our standings to show you guys the groups. And so far, it's a bit of some...
Are both going to be looking to kind of rectify that, right? Aerial Rise are playing twice today, and I believe once tomorrow, but don't quote me on that. It might have been in the next play day. My memory's a little bit fuzzy, but they're going to be looking to try to cook up something here to kind of secure that spot, right? Because it is only Blitz, right? No disrespect to Blitz, but when you're in E2, that's not your, or in E3, that's not your highest priority. But there's still kind of the expectation of your Aerial Rise, right? You've been, if memory serves, in playoffs for both elements so far, and you kind of want to keep up that streak of showing that you deserve to be in these leagues. And especially because the way invites often work with element is by tournaments outside of it.
Yeah, you also have 2 other Element 3 teams in the Blitz Gaming Series, such as Fluffy Aimers and Makers. Fluffy Aimers has not officially played a game yet, but I think they're going to be playing later on tonight. And with Makers, they're going to be our first game of tonight against another team in their group, of course, TSG, who sit at the bottom of Group C, if I'm not mistaken. I keep forgetting letters sometimes, but yep, Group C, and it's going to be TSG versus Makers to start us off. TSG sit at the bottom of their group, not having a win so far in the season. That's been an extremely slow start for them, whereas for Makers, they've been winning and they're at the top of their group currently.
We are kind of getting into a do or die stage here with this group stage where you kind of need to start picking up some wins, and this could potentially be the most important game that the Makers have played thus far, or that TSG have played thus far. But it is against Makers, who are a phenomenal team, who only took their first loss in Element last night to Upper Decky, or in this previous stage of Element 3, and they've had a very, very impressive resume so far. But you can actually pull up the rosters here right now, so we can have those on your screen. There is gonna be a substitute on TSG, if I recall. I believe it was for Scarping, and that's gonna be Ticey. So not only are they kind of behind in the points, but they're also going to be coming at this with a substitute, which, if you've ever been on a team, you know how kind of weird it can be to put all this practice into a roster, then have to sub someone out for a couple games.
Yeah, and for the side of Makers, it's pretty much the same roster, and I believe they are also running a substitute, if I'm not mistaken. Instead of Woos, we have Ash, Kobe Lax, Packer, Giddy, Bino remain on this roster. So it's all the same for Makers, but just like TSG, they also have somebody who's not regularly with the team or who's actually physically playing with them 24/7, like they're usually doing, whether that's scrims or official play days. But speaking of official play days, we do have a map that we are going to be playing on, and so we kind of have to talk about that just a little bit more, because maps are important. We get our wins, we get our losses on there. So if we could, yeah, okay, there it is. It took a little bit, but yeah, speaking of the maps, Cafe is banned out first, Labs is second, with the Makers banning that one out, which is a bit surprising because I thought they really liked Labs and also thought they really liked Clubhouse, but they banned that out last, and we're going to Border.
But it does kind of make sense, right? You don't want to show the entirety of your hand necessarily in something like this, and since they do like those maps, they're probably wanting to save those for stuff in Element. And as well, since it's Blitz, it gives Makers a very good opportunity to get game day practice on their other maps that they might not want to bring out against a team like Aerial Rise or Fluffy Aimers inside of Element 3. And so we're going to see Border here, which I don't recall Makers playing recently in any sort of competition I've seen them in, but with how kind of proficient they can be, this should be pretty good for them. And as well, with Ash being the substitute, if you've been around the scene for a little bit, you'll know that he kind of used to hang around CL and was that like kind of frag type player for the teams he played on. And so he should pretty much feel at home in this map. Really, all of these players should, but I think it's going to be about which team can kind of get that aggression started first and which team can set the pace and make the other one feel uncomfortable.
Yeah, and you talk about aggression. Also, this is a very mechanically heavy map, and you look at the pedigree of the players on Makers, they should really have the advantage, especially considering TSG struggles so far in this season. I remember vividly their first game on Skyscraper against the 86 Pistons, where they had a really big issue with like their attacks and like countering any aggression coming in from the 86 Pistons. And granted, Skyscraper is a defender-sided map. Border, while statistically it is defender-sided now, has more or less favored the attackers, especially with the way that the map is constructed and how small and confined it is and how suffocating it can be for the defense. Still sort of favors the attackers slightly, so you have to imagine that TSG, now that they're starting off on their attacks on Border, that they may have a chance to build up some rounds here and actually get some type of success on their attacks.
We're going to be on the quarter system here, which does mean that starting on the advantageous side isn't quite as much of a big deal as it was previously with the old halftime system, which I mean, you've seen it before, right? If you've been watching the kind of competitive stuff that's been happening, but it means that even though TSG are on what's typically considered the better side on this map, they don't get to stay there for long. So this first quarter, they're really going to want to try to set that pace and make sure that they build up enough momentum that they're able to carry that into the defensive side, which is more disadvantageous for them because Makers aren't going to slip up on their attacking side like a team like TSG will.
Yeah, I mean, also for their defenses, you mentioned that you didn't really see Border all that much, especially not recently in Element 3. I know they played it a couple times in BGS. I haven't watched those games, but I know for a fact that they've also played it a couple of times in TPL Season 8. And I remember because their defenses were extremely problematic in the way that they were playing them. Players were like playing very forward by themselves. They weren't really efficient in trading each other out, and that was one thing that Makers had an issue with earlier on. I think they got slightly better at it as they started to play more together as a unit. But of course, we mentioned earlier with the roster changes, not only do TSG have a sub, but Makers do as well. And it's going to be Woos off and Ash in. And that could completely throw the team chemistry off kiltered. And your trade games can suffer as a result of that. But bans are about to end right now, Ali, and nothing too surprising apart from the Mira that's being banned here. But I think with Border and how Mira can be played on this map, she can be quite an issue, and quite an issue for the attackers to encounter.
Yeah, with how much of a power position Office is, a lot of times you'll see a mirror window, and I like to call it Troy. It's that little spot by radio with the single wall. You'll oftentimes see Mira play in that corner with maybe something like a My Disc or ADS. And it's a very difficult position to clear. That's also very important just with how much of the map you can reliably take from Office. You can take into Archives to get a plant there from Office, or even into Bathroom to get a drop on the hatch, if that's the site. And so just taking out that Mira means that Makers are going to have a little bit less utility that they might rely on to hold a position like Office, which doesn't make it impossible, but it does mean there is a potential wrench that's going to be thrown into the Makers' defenses, which they might have to counter here.
To be fair, I mean, this is a good way to counter it. You bring out the Azami in the very first round. Of course, with both Mira and Valkyrie being banned, you have other operators that are available. The Azami, like I mentioned, that Ash is going to be sporting in Break Room and Security. That is very default and standard for Border, especially when you do see an Azami on the board. But also Fenrir is left up for grabs, so you can play into a trap heavy setup if you really wanted to, if you're Makers or if you're TSG once you get on that defense. But for Makers, their focus is mainly going to be towards the security room and trying to hold on to it for as long as possible. But the focus may be slightly different here for TSG. Buck already going up the east side stairs, looking to try and put some pressure towards the archives area.
Yeah, it is pretty common to have an east take happen on this spot, but you do still need some sort of pressure over by this CCTV and break area, as they can counter a lot of that pressure. The attack is gonna look to get on top east. And so that's what we're gonna see TSG try to accomplish first here, is dislodging Ash from this position. 2 opening picks, 3 opening picks are actually gonna go the way of TSG here. It's gonna leave everything up to Giddy and Bino, stuck inside of the site here. It's not an impossible task, but with 2 whole minutes the TSG have to work this 4 or 5 versus 2, that puts the odds in their favor.
Almost had an opportunity for Bino to grab one towards the 90 hall. Players pushing him from Fountain, and it's Cassius to collect that kill. Bino's not able to quite hit the mark. Last player alive is going to be Giddy, but he's completely shut down in lockers, being pushed from every which way and ever. And it's TSG to get their very first round on the attack. A very good start for them, considering how dominant they were in their entry picks.
Yeah, a lot of aggression that I don't think TSG, or that I don't think Makers kind of anticipated, or a lot more pressure, I should say, as I think they were a little bit more forward than they kind of needed to be in those positions, and that allowed TSG to get Cassia, I believe it was, in an off position and just kind of go at it with the picks. And when we've seen Makers have issues on defense on this side, just the ability that TSG had to get into the map and make them immediately uncomfortable, that is a very good sign for them. And like I was saying earlier, they need to get the momentum rolling on this first half. We'll have to see how Makers look to adapt to that, because we're seeing something fairly similar here in the department of this defense, but now we have a mute instead of the Azami. So there's a little bit less mobile cover, but there's also a lot more opportunity to slow down this information game that Makers might try to utilize to get aggressive.
Yeah, and to be fair to TSG, they also played the utility game quite well, not just the information game, and they also did a very good job of shutting down the aggression from Makers, who didn't really have a good opportunity to fall off from said aggressive positions. And so now you're hoping that maybe they have a better plan to fall off the next time the aggression gets a little bit too hot. Players who were originally in isolated positions may need to find a way to back off sooner, because it's clear that TSG are very good at shutting that down. That much was evident in the beginning of the first half. First kill is going to be started off by Ticey, and that's going to be Kobe Lex down, but it's not without an answer from Makers. That's a quick trade from Bino, taking out Ticey on a Habana, but luckily for them, Habana's not really that important. The lack of a mirror being present here on this defense from Makers, and also you have the ace alive still. Okay,
It's
never
gonna
mind.
be another
Sorry.
pick from Bino, though. It's gonna be on to that ace. Has the potential for another one, but probably not going to go for it. Waxton is going to go down below on this Ash and look to see if he can get rid of this position inside a break. But these positions being held by Makers, and this slowdown they've put in the face of TSG has been working absolutely flawlessly. We're to see Cassia be left alone on the bottom floor now. Is going to just look to see if he can find anything. Is completely disconnected from the diffuser. He's just going to look to walk up east and see if anyone's going to overexpose themselves. And Packer will, but he does win that fight, and it puts Makers 1-1 with TSG.
And I like the way that Makers played that round compared to the first. They didn't really fall off of their positions like I would have expected them to, but instead what they did is they just played aggressive off of each other. Immediate trades after the very first entry pick from TSG, and it looked like it was going to start the same way that it started in the previous round, on round number 1, where we saw like 2 entry picks in a matter of like 5 seconds in the beginning round, and Makers didn't really have an opportunity to kind of grab an answer off of that because players were so very isolated in their own positions, in their own worlds. That time around, it was much better on the trade game. Makers were playing much better off of each other, and it's a very interesting start to this round for Makers. It's not really the site that's interesting, it's the operator choices. Not only is the visual being picked with the Boss G, but it's also Giddy on the Cav, and I think this suits Makers' playstyle more than anything.
Gives an opportunity to get very, very freaky. That Vigil can dodge a lot of the information that TSG might look to bring, and if Giddy is able to get an interrogation with the Kavera, then that throws your entire attack into disarray. Every position that you have is, I mean, we've all played ranked this season. We've all played against wall hacks, and that is essentially what Kivera gives your team if you're able to get an interrogation. And so if Giddy is able to get that and give that information to his team, then with the fact that Kobe has the boss G and the ability to dodge information like he does, that gives him a lot of room to look to get another pick. He's gonna go for an opener there, but it's gonna be completely missed, but that sets the pace that Makers want for this round.
It was a slight miss as well, too. I believe that was onto Cassia just outside the... It seems like they want to try and get some control around the second floor. That much is obvious with the choice of the buck, but also with the players' positioning. You have players on east side, another player on an armory balcony looking to pinch out these roamers, but there's really no action left. Two players are right next to each other, but the other player of Ticey is just all by himself, and so he kind of has to make an entry work by himself with really no drone ahead of him. And yep, that's exactly what's going to happen. Kobe Lax opens this round up with an opening kill onto Ticey with no info, but there is an answer there from TSG. Ticey, or Trix rather, does find the trade back. Kobe Lax with the immediate trade too, and 2 kills followed up by TSG as there was a good rotation towards the locker side to gain some control, but you still have a player up here, Packer, who was not well noted here from the TSG roster, and now we're down to a 2v2. Never mind, scratch that. Bino kills him from the hatch below, space down, and the last player alive is going to be Cassia, making his entry, trying to work it by East Stairs, now pushing into Archives.
Has the diffuser, so there is the potential for a plant if you can get this space, but he's gonna look to drone things out here, just gather a little bit of information and figure out where these defenders are. He has information on Bino, who's located inside of server, but Bino is just gonna look to play this to waste as much time as he can. He and Packer know they just have to sit still and force Cassia to make this move here. There are only 50 seconds left for him to do it. And no matter where he goes, there is the potential for that pick. He's gonna get the pick on the Bino off of the drop. He only has to get this pick on the Packer or get the bomb down, but Packer's gonna be hiding in the rat spot, but Cassia wins it. He gets the prediction and ends up clutching out the round for his team as he secures the 2-1 quarter.
That was not the end that I was expecting for TSG, considering what happened on the second floor and how much there and how obvious it was that there was a clear lack of intel for a lot of the attackers when they were trying to take control of the second floor. At the end of the day, it's a 1v2. Even though it's very possible to clutch one of those, you're still in the advantage. And for Makers, they didn't really have a crossfire to set one another up. Packer was hiding in a rat spot, and they just didn't really have anything to support one another. It was very easy for Cassia to isolate the last 2 gunfights of that round, one in Workshop and the other in the rat spot of Tellers. And it's just a very it's way too easy, I'm gonna be completely honest. And now Makers, they have that opportunity to now go into their attack, see if they can try something, because now they trail border 2-1, but this is to be expected because TSG did start on that attacking side.
Gives a little bit of an opening advantage, and the fact that that was misplayed isn't a great look for Makers that round, but it does mean there is potential to clean things up a little bit more and carry the boats just a little bit farther in the next quarter, where they're going to have defense. After the timeout, even they get in halftime, so they'll have an opportunity to talk to their coach. We're going to see another hold inside of CCTV from Doc, which is a pretty powerful position for that ACOG that he has. He can heal himself if they throw anything at him, and he has no recoil and an ACOG to peek these angles that Makers are gonna look to use to try to dislodge him. Things are a little bit slower here for Makers thus far, though, as they have gotten people inside of the building early, but they're also looking to get all their ducks in a row before they really try to make a move here to avoid losing people too early on.
Obilex goes up the east stairs, but detected by the Lucy Banshee for now. But it seems like they closed off one of the office triple walls to deny that position, but that's not really communicated by TSG. They didn't close it off, actually. Cassia gets dead, or Kobilex opens the first round kill, and it finds 2 more through his entry on these stairs. It's a trade eventually, finally, from Ticey, but a kill on the other side from Ash makes it a 1v4. Ticey and Fountain all by himself, and players all around him, has no friends. and Makers make sure that round ends very convincingly. It's all tied up 2-2 on the border.
I like the way they got Kobe in there. They kind of read into the fact that they could get him up east stairs and get him that opening, and the way he positions himself there is very intelligent. He doesn't expose himself to anything but the angle he wants to immediately contest, and he does get a little bit overzealous there as he tries to go for Ticey with the pistol out. But I mean, he's kind of earned it by that point, and he gives his teammates time to get in position and isolate the other defender that would have helped Ticey in that situation. By that point, you're a Warden with 14 HP with 4 attackers bearing down on you. There's not a ton that you can really do there. And so we're going to see TSG reattempt this site, but kind of the thing I want to see from them here is just to mind the gaps, really, as Makers are a team where if you leave a space open, Kobe's going to go for that, and he's not going to have any fear, and he has that mechanical skill that allows him to just walk in and make people disappear. And so they need to prevent that from really happening and be aware of these gaps that he's going to try to take advantage of.
I mean, last time they had a Melusi Banshee on the east stairs, it's just about kind of keeping your ears open, because I don't really know how the office player, when he was next to triple wall, how he just didn't hear that, and then how that wasn't just communicated to the rest of TSG. You know, hindsight is 2020, it's whatever. It's an early spawn peek as well from space. It doesn't net anything. No damage has been done to either side because of that. And already you see some information being gathered towards the east entry point here for Makers. It's going to be Bino who's kind of like doing this by himself, and you have to hope that on the other side of the east stairs that there is going to be a pinch to kill this Melusi, but no, it's a cutoff from Kobe Lex to find the opening here in round number 5. That's Zim, the player holding towards east side, and that means that that entry is going to be slightly easier to now contest towards office on the Melusi. Cassia, though, finds a quick trade back. That's Kobe Lex down, but a nice trade from Ash to ensure that they stay, well, in the lead up until now. It's good up until Space finds that trade onto Ash. Last player, or, well, Bino does find a quick trade here. 3v2, and Makers does have the advantage with full east control. Okay, never mind.
Unaware of Trix's position, however, it is going to take out Bino, bring things back to a 2 versus 2. But that reveals that Ticey is all alone on the site, and they have a lot of time to look to get to him here. However, Trix is wandering around the other areas outside of the site, and it doesn't look like they have great information on him. However, he's the last one alive now. He does get that pick onto Packer inside of Fountain. He's in a 1 versus 1 with Giddy, who has the space he needs to get this diffuser down and force Trix to play an attacking round.
Also, well, no Grimbies as well to lock down the rotation spot, so Giddy has to play this slightly carefully, but Trix doesn't really have any info neither, so, you know, this goes 2 ways. Giddy's outside of the map, diffuser's down like you mentioned, and also the Melusi Banshee to confirm information that was hacked earlier by the Bravo drone. Impact grenade goes out. You have to get a little bit freaky, but Trix tries to do that. It is very unsuccessful. Giddy with the nice play outside, playing that very patiently and just waiting for Trix to get aggressive, because that's really all the Goyo can do.
There's some clever positioning there from Trix in that late round, which did bring things to a much more winnable position. But Makers, they were really on top of that trade game. Whenever there was someone from TSG that managed to get a pick back and kind of open things up a little bit for themselves, there was always someone from Makers that was able to get the guy that was trying to assist that pick, or that was caught a little bit out of position. And that allows them to carry things very, very far in that late round. And in the end, the fact that Ticey was so far away from his teammate just meant that he could be, or excuse me, the fact that Trix was so far away from Ticey, they were able to isolate Ticey on the site and then just get that plant down. And even the fact that one of the players died inside of Fountain, that just tells Bino that he has the space he needs to get that bomb down and to put things in an advantage for himself.
to round number 6. Reminder that after round number 6, we will be taking a slight break for both teams, which means that you will see our faces right after this round commences. An early spawn peek with the Boss G does net the first kill, and Kobilex is down. He's been quite influential for Makers inside of this matchup so far, especially when it comes to getting those opening kills. And now that he's dead, well, you lose the Ash, but most importantly, you lose a very key player to this site, to this setup.
Yeah, the opening picks he's been getting have been great for Makers. That's the first time in 3 rounds that he's died on the opener. There is a refrag from Packer, however, as he walks in off of that ram drone, causing so much noise. But Cassia gets one back and keeps the man advantage for his team. And this is where Ash is going to look to position himself inside of Square and just see if he can find some sort of position. He's going to open up that wall as Bino looks to lock off the top floor. And this is where Makers are going to try to set themselves up for some sort of execute, even in this man disadvantage. Packer's able to play this vert, and Ash, when he goes down to get this diffuser, I mean, you want it planted, but while he's planning it, it's going to be an effective 4 versus 2 here, and Waxim knows that as he tucks himself in this position with the Boss G, and he has a sort of crossfire with Ticey, who's currently sitting inside of Customs.
And there goes the run-in from Ash. No real insurance to get him inside of the site with Diffuser, and so that's the ace down. Diffuser, I don't even know where it is at this point. Packer does find a kill through the vert. There's a player up here, and I don't think Packer really knows about it. He didn't look at him, he didn't swing him or pre-fire him. So Trix's position upstairs is currently unknown, and Packer just didn't know about the player in bathroom neither. Gets smoked, and that's Zim to find another kill inside of this round. I think that's a triple so far for him. And Bino does find a kill towards Custom, so he does make this possible. Removes that Custom player. Now you can try and make an entry work through into Tellers, but with the vertical angles being in the favor of the defenders, well, this is going to be a very hard round to clutch. Diffusers is also in the middle of the site. TSG know that. Bino knows that, and they've also been telegraphing his position the whole entire time through the BP that he's just now destroyed. 40 seconds left, and he has to try and make an issue work. TSG are playing this very patiently. They're not wanting to peek, but even though they do have vertical up top, they don't really have vertical inside of Tellers. You have a way to flank down the east stairs in order to ensure that Bino doesn't get this plant down, and now plant is going to be completed. 2 players go through the bathroom rotate, and I think that Bino heard that one player dropped the hatch, and that was the sound cue that Bino needed to make a move here. He's not going to plant the diffuser. Instead, he's going to go for an aggressive play. And he has to battle the Boss G first. He's completed that, and he's also found the second. It's absolutely disgusting from Bino, and it's a choke at the end from TSG.
It was a very good thing from them to get the opening pick and then work that into a 2 versus 1 there, which you're not typically expecting the one to win. That's actually the second time we've seen that same thing happen on that bum side, although this time both of the defenders, they attempted to hold a crossfire of sorts with one player watching the bathroom rotate and the other watching the bathroom doorway, but they did so in a way that allowed them to line up. And so when Bino swings on to wax him on the Vigil, he already has a line of sight on the Frost because she was kind of sitting right in his crosshair anyways, and it allows him to just, I mean, he doesn't have to adjust his aim at all, and he has the better gun in that situation with the ARX. And the fact that he was trying to get that plant down so thoroughly as well, it kind of sets an expectation there where they're thinking, okay, he's going to get the plant down, then we're going to move on him together, or we're going to move on him while he's in the middle of that plant. But instead, he takes the round into his own hands. He abandons the idea of flawless siege, and he says, I mean, I got to peek him eventually, or something's going to happen.
Yeah, I'm just in awe. Again, it's another 1v2 on the Bathroom Tellers site, and this time it's Makers to do it. Bino specifically. I don't think enough people talk about Bino neither. He's like been really solid for Makers so far this season. I know a lot of people talk about Kobe and how great he's been. I think he's been their best player as well. Not this season, but like just overall, as soon as Makers formed themselves as a team inside of NA, and there were rumors that they were going to be a pro team at some point in time, like Kobe has been the consistently best player. You have also Packer on here, who's a big name, played in Pro League for Wildcard, who almost qualified for a major when they were in Pro League a while back, or when Packer was on that team. Anyways, great round from Bino specifically. And now they have now they're on the defensive side of things. TSG had to try and like keep their mentals together because 1v1 clutches like that happen against your team can be quite damaging to your mentals, and I hope that's not the case. It seems like there's going to be another Boss G spawn peek towards the vehicle spawn. I call that vehicle spawn. That's not it at all. But he doesn't really find anything. He might find a freebie though, because the Brava almost just goes right in front of his sight, but neither one hits the mark, and it's going to be Kobe likes to keep on aggressing, but nothing's found.
There's an attempt to set a pace early on by Makers, which has served them well thus far. We're gonna see an early entry into the building by Ticey, but it's gonna be taken care of by a C4 from Bino, along with a distraction from Kobe, who's now gonna make his way into office, and they know where he is here, and he's just gonna remain gun up and look for this attacker to come his way, because he knows it has to happen at some point. It's gonna start off with a play over towards Armory, which he is entirely aware of, and they're not really sure where he is.
Well, he just hit the Twitch drone, so that should give him a clue that somebody just like smacked their Twitch drone, or somebody at least shot it. So they have an idea that he is on the second floor, of course, because he was last seen there. But there was also an echo drone on the second floor as well from Makers, providing info to Kobilax. So they are clearly playing into setting the pace, but also wasting time here from TSG on this clear by way of playing into the traps. That's nice shot from Kobe. Slight readjustment on the site, and he connects with space on the body shot, and that's really all you need for the Boss G. But a swing here from Cats, he might cut him off on the top floor, but no, he gets distracted by the player on the beepers. Kobilax is eventually taken care of, and it does mean that Makers have this 2v3 with that kill from Trix onto Giddy, but still, Makers are firmly in the lead. Even if TSG have this top 4 control, they no longer have way of making effective vert without the buck here.
The Echo is also still alive, and provided that Ash has at least one of his drones, they can afford to just have him sit and wait for the plant to go down, because at that point, you're in effectively a 2 versus 2 with someone droning around and giving you information. And with less than 40 seconds left in this round, the ball's in TSG's court to make something happen. They do have the diffuser, so Trix could potentially look to get a plant down, but the numbers, they aren't going to math very well in the favor of TSG. With only 20 seconds left, they have to make a move now, but Ash has the aggressive peek onto Trix, and it's all left up to Waxim. He has to go recover the diffuser and get into the bomb site here, but they're not giving him any time, and in fact, Packer's going to have the dunk from up top, and he's going to close out the round and secure a 5-2 lead for Makers.
I like the game plan from Maker is going inside of that round. You said earlier with the spawn peek from Kobe that it was very evident that they were also just trying to set the pace as the defense has been trying to do this whole entire game. It's not just been Makers going for the spawn peeks, it's also been TSG as well. But also in that round they played with some info denial with the visual up top, but also playing with some information themselves. They used the echo drone to not only grab information, but they also used the sonic burst at one point in that round to really slow down the entry coming in by lockers, so that Kobilax doesn't get so easily choked out. And also that afforded time for another Makers player, I believe that was Packer on the post, rotating up metal to help out Kobilax up top. So you really have a good system here for Makers where, yes, players do their own things sort of sometimes, but they also have a clear team goal in mind as well.
Up top we go here to the typical first site in the rotation, but bathroom is certainly a fine choice, especially with how Makers look to play it. And we're going to see the Sentry come out here, who's going to bring both a shield and a nitro cell. And that really is kind of the beautiful thing about Sentries. You can have a lot of very flexible utility, which can make some site setups work that might otherwise be pretty awkward. We're gonna have a spawn peek from Giddy early on here, just to look to set that pace yet again. Kobe is located inside of CC again, and he's just gonna be peeking out here to make these TSG players afraid to exist on these balconies that he is able to maintain some control over from inside of CC. They're gonna throw out a Dokkaebi Call as well as a drone to get a beat on his location. And now that they know he's not in CC, they're gonna send Ash in, but he's gonna fail to get that pick onto Ash. And Kobe's actually gonna get the opener onto Ticey. And it's all turning up Makers in the trade game as they secure a 4 versus 3.
A good opportunity as well for Makers in this round, especially with the advantage that they have and the lack of control that TSG just don't really have so far. For them to put themselves up on the match point. There's a player playing aggressively as well by East Stairs. Ash, who has not been killed despite there being a 3-man crossfire on him, still alive. Space does find the eventual kill to put TSG back on level terms. And Bino's very much isolated in security room. He's rotated his way into here after Kobe Lex rotated out prior. They seem to know that he's in here, but nobody's really pushing off of this. You need somebody to kind of like jump in through this window, and you have flashes to do so. There's no Amai on the board, but TSG are just taking their precious time. Now Flash, now Dokkaebi Call goes out, flashes go in too, and so you have to jump in through this window, and that's exactly what Cassia is going to do, but he doesn't know that he's in a box. Bino finds that kill, and this should be a trade. It is in space. Bino goes down, another player is by himself in Fountain, the others in lockers, so you have an opportunity to again isolate a gunfight, but TSG really had an opportunity to put themselves in a lead. A push comes in through office. They don't really have clear information on this guy up until now. Space take care of him. He's on the ace, and the last player alive of Giddy has to make sure that he doesn't surrender his life in for this ace. Otherwise, this round is forfeit towards TSG. A nice shot on the Nitrocell as it's thrown out. Now, it was really the only opportunity that Giddy had to sit here and deny and execute from TSG, who don't have their fuser quite yet. Flores drone does go out to force some repositioning, also get some information as well. Shield is taken care of. There's no safe space for Giddy to play, and Space with the ace puts TSG back into this game. 3-5 is the scoreline, and they're only 2 rounds away from tying it up.
Yeah, it looked like it was going to be good there for TSG, or for Makers rather. There's a lot of great trading that was going in their favor, but in the end, they get a little bit overzealous with the positioning, and that does lead to a couple picks for them, but that also gave Space a great opportunity to wiggle his way in and play off of his teammates, and yeah, maybe arguably do a little bit of baiting, but he still gets in there and he gets those refrags and secures the round for his team. So now we're going to see another switch up here from Makers with Giddy switching from the Bandit over to the Warden, and Packer as well playing that Vigil. Right, this change in setup here is not quite going to be for slow down, but a change up in utility to try to counter what TSG was doing. But I think the more important thing is that they have to make sure that when they're in these late round positions, they're not playing in ways that allow someone to kind of walk around and get the picks that they need. You have to keep TSG on edge, and you have to make sure they're on the back foot.
Yep, it's one of the issues that Makers do have when it comes to playing on this map is that they just put themselves in really bad positions, and it's very easy for the attack to isolate them. It's another spawn peek from Colby, and wow! Off of the ace. Starting off hot in this round. Space deletes Kobe Lax out of round number 9. That's a nice start for this round for TSG. A follow-up is found on Packer down below, and that's the visual down as well. A very good start from TSG inside of this round. An answer by Giddy to make it a 4v3, so possible for Makers to even out the man count. But TSG so far, they're taking it slow. They're not really rushing themselves.
Cassia's going to hold the angle into CCTV. So Bino overexposed himself a little bit, but he knows the situation is dire. But Giddy gets aggressive, gets that pick onto Cassia, and then he gets another! And it's all left up to the last 2 from TSG when it looked like it was so convincing up until now. Trix has a good position to get a re onto Bino, but the aggression from Makers not paying off as much anymore. Ash is on his drone. They don't know he's here, but he gets the pick anyways. It's all left up to Space. Can he do it after the ace last round? Gonna throw out the Dokkaebi Call and retrieve the diffuser and get into this map. But Bino knows where he is. He's playing carefully, not overexposing himself. just watching and waiting. Minute 20 left for Space to work everything, which is plenty of time, but there's still a pretty good man advantage that he has to work against.
Again, I mean, right here, Makers, again, very isolated from one another, but, I mean, this is fine because, to be fair to Makers, TSG don't really have any info to play off of. Space doesn't know where exactly these players are. He's face-checking, pre-firing, but to no avail, he's not finding anything. And he has to have a pretty big round here. He got the opening pick, a follow-up as well, so he would be he would get a quad if he finds these last 2 picks. It's a double swing from Makers, and while Ash is taken care of, Bino ensures that it's not another 1v2 clutch for TSG, and the Makers put themselves on the match point for Border.
Those 2 early picks they give up with the attempts at early peaks that Packer and Kobilax took, that really should have been where the round ended, with how kind of effectively TSG have been able to finagle these attacks. But then TSG also fumbled it on their own with they let Giddy just run around and get these picks that his team desperately needed. He got 3 picks off of that aggression, as well as wasting time, even though he was taken out by Space. That gave the other players a little bit of know-how of where he was. But it is also worth noting that Space did nearly hit the flick onto Bino, as Bino didn't fully commit to the swing along with his teammate, which doesn't end up mattering in the end, as he does kill Space. But that little bit of missed timing, that could have led to the third 1v2 clutch of this game, but it was not meant to be. We're going to see things switch back to the way they were in rounds 3 through 6, with Makers having to be the ones on the attack.
I will say, not really talking much about the gameplay here, but rather about like the standings group so far. This has been like a slightly better game from TSG than what I've seen in their past 2 games, especially with their showings against Makers. They're not playing really passive, they're playing aggressive, and like their aggression is like pretty well timed and smart sometimes. But you know, you kind of do need a result here today as well, because you don't want to be out of contention before we even reach the last Playday for playoffs. So far, if they lose this game, it'll be an 0-3 loss. They go for the vert down below with the Cali onto where the Malusi is. This is a very challenging position, but they don't really find anything off of it. This would have been better with the Buck. I don't know where he is, but he's not anywhere near that position of the Cali. Blitz goes into security, and they could have had an opening pick, but what they do gain, instead of an opening pick, is some pretty key map control by security. Bino may look to overheat and go towards Fountain, but it's Cassia to overheat and connect. Ash down, TSG with the very first pick.
The Blitz does give them a lot of fast map control. Kobe gives them a refrag as well. Now they're looking to get inside of the site here, but Kobe's going to be unsuccessful. It's going to be the Blitz's turn now, but he's taken out by Trix. It's a 4 versus 2 now. Giddy and Packer with it all to do. Packer gets 1 before being immediately refragged. Tries to get into the site, but it's null for naught as TSG close it out off of some phenomenal picks they got onto that armory push.
To be fair, they played against that rush quite well, forfeiting security control very early. Did TSG, but they also just played very, very well around their crossfires. And also Makers, towards the beginning of that push, took a slight pause and they didn't really keep up the pressure. So it gave TSG some time and opportunity to regroup and play off of each other quite effectively. It wasn't really a convincing entry for Makers because TSG made it very hard for them to enter inside of lockers. Also, no pressure elsewhere, and once you make a lot of noise with the blitz towards security room, it's gonna be very obvious what type of execute you were going for. So well read from TSG and a great response in that round towards the rush from Makers. And you put yourself again 2 rounds away from tying it up, but you have to make no mistakes from here, because the next round, if Makers win it, they could just take the game full. They could just win the game outright and grab the full 3 points, and TSG would go 0-3 in the group stage.
Certainly is a pretty tricky spot here if you are TSGians. They're going to be playing like it now that they are staring down the barrel of the aforementioned match point. They're going to go to an off-site now, which, I mean, we saw the way that Makers are able to finagle it earlier. It is a very good site but it's also entirely mortal. We're seeing this blitz come out again, but it's going to be Packer on it this time. And I want to know how they're going to use it, because you need to make sure they're using it kind of as the catalyst for that space taking. It's going to be a rush plan here. It's going to move deep into the site and plant the bomb in a pretty unexpected area. They're not going to know where this is. C4 is going to go out and get a pick for Makers as Diddy finds another and a second as things get worse and then even worse for the side of TSG on the back foot. Blitz punishing even more. It's all left up to Ticey. 1 versus 4. He gets 2, but it's all for naught. Ash finds the last one, and that's Makers closing it out 7-4.
Nice execute from Makers towards the end of that match, or towards the end of this map or border. A 7-4 victory, and the way that they execute that was really perfect because of the way that they were able to bypass the Warden and playing in bathroom. Warden is not incorrectly positioned, and that's the whole point of that push, is that you expect where the Warden is going to play. He's playing inside a bathroom, expecting the default plant to be on the soda machines, but Makers are slightly smarter than that, and they plant on the doorway or in the corner next to the doorway in smoke, where again the Warden is not correctly positioned to counter it. Well played from Makers. Earlier push, or the earlier round where they had that same rush idea but on a different site doesn't work out. Next round it does, because they actually plan it and execute it better, and he also didn't take no breaks or slow down.
Yeah, I like that plant spot a lot. Is when you see that rush, your first thought is, okay, it's gonna blitz in and there's gonna be a glass, it's gonna plant on the window, so let's see for the window. But he ends up going far, far deeper. And that also puts him in a good position to rattle what the defense is doing, as now you have Stewie 2K running at you with a flash shield from the smoke that you don't expect. And now you don't know where the diffuser is, and you're being run down by Packer with that shield. And it just puts you in such an awkward spot. And we did see Ticey manage to get a couple before things were closed out, but I mean, there's just too much going on for him to really work things. He doesn't have time to take gunfights on his own terms because he has to work against the diffuser. You effectively have about 38 seconds once the diffuser is planted to get on it and start diffusing, and that's just not enough time to find those 5 fights.
Yep, that is going to be the end of the Makers versus TSG game, and with that, TSG go 0-3 in the season, whereas Makers start the season off 3-0. Good opportunity for them to go top of the group, and I believe they have done after this game. But we are going to go into a break, and when we come back, we will have our next game lined up and ready for you, so stay tuned.
I wish a void opened in the air to suck me up, cause I really don't care. While I'm falling, I wondered if you would miss me when I'm gone. While I'm falling, I wondered if you would miss me when I am gone. I feel so hollow, hollow inside, hollow inside. Promise me everything.
I've been in and out my mind since I hit your phone. I've been counting up the times that I did you wrong. I just want you by my side when I get real gone. Feel it's been a little while since we got along. Yeah, we've been playing stupid games, the situation rotates. And they say communication, safe relations, okay. Medicated how I'm patient, wasting time ain't the way. Cause I can see it on your face. I've been tossing, turning, staying up all night long. I've been calling, yearning, wondering what I did wrong. I could tell by your eyes you got something to hide. So open your mind up, let me inside, and let's make it right. Tell me, baby, what's the problem? Cause I keep trying to figure it out. Oh no, oh no. Tell me, baby, what's the problem? I'm only picking up what you're putting down. You'll be tripping, I don't know what about. So what's the problem right now?
Okay, now hold up.
Let me get something right off my chest. I've been meaning to read into it, time to put it to rest. Is it stress? Is it that I ain't answer your text? Don't you treat it like amnesia, you know I always forget. Stirring the pot real hot, watch how the plot thickens. Around the clock, tick tock, need more than 20 seconds to get your attention before it's on to the next thing. And I'm over here again wondering, can I hold ya, hear your truth, pull you closer, talk it through?
Girl, you know that I'm the one that you can come and complain to. Your silhouette's amazing, but your brain is a maze too.
So can you help me find my way while I find something to say?
I know the arguing just augments everything going both ways, but baby, I can see it on your face.
I've been tossing, turning, staying up all night long. I've been calling, yearning, wondering what I did wrong. I could tell by your eyes you got something to hide. So open your mind up, let me inside, and let's make it right. Tell me, baby, what's the problem? Cause I keep trying to figure it out. Oh no, oh no. Tell me, baby, what's the problem? I'm only picking up what you're putting down. You'll be tripping, I don't know what about. So what's the problem right now?
Get ready for this.
I'm just want to be myself. Don't talk to nobody else. I want to be someone special. I don't want to be a typical person. To get away from my devil. Start from fresh with a fundamental. I feel it, I feel it right. I feel it right. I feel it right. I feel it right. I'm learning how to be a better version of you. And now I realize I'm talking to myself. Doesn't really need to be forever. Doesn't make you feel better. I feel it, I feel it right. I feel it right. I feel it, I feel it right. I feel it right. Wanna feel it. Wanna feel it. Wanna feel it. I feel it. I feel it right. Wanna feel it. Wanna feel it. Wanna feel it. Wanna feel it.
Is it okay if I'm to say I'm catching feelings from all the dealings? Am I astray? What do you say? How are you feeling? Is it the same? I hope you're not planning to waste my time. To my surprise, that was her reply. Now we a vibe. It's been a while and such a ride, the stars align. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Blitz Gaming Series Season 1, Playday number 7. I am Alios, and I'm being joined by Chaka, and we have a pretty interesting game coming up here. But for those of you who missed it, we just finished up TSG versus Makers, where Makers won 7-4, putting themselves up in contention for top of the group and putting TSG down 0-3.
Yeah, and it's a very rough season so far for TSG, but it is what it is. You kind of made your own bed, now you gotta lie in it, you know the saying. And now we move on to our Group A matchup. It's going to be Aerial Rise versus Phantom Legion, where Aerial Rise officially today is going to play their first official game of BGS. So I mean, they get started today. It's going to be up against a pretty decent team, Phantom Legion, who started off really well, 2-0 so far in Group A. Aerial Rise, you know the roster, you know the players: Poison, Snake, Brios, Inrio, and Mike W is not making an appearance. It's Kiru instead.
Yeah, so another situation where the tier 2 team is gonna have a substitute. As far as players go, Kiru's not a bad player to sub in, although I am kind of wondering how the roles are gonna work, as to my knowledge, Mike W and Kiru don't really do the same thing role-wise, but I'm sure that Ariel will have figured out something to counter that. But Phantom Legion, from what I've seen, they have been doing decently well for themselves. They have a pretty good idea of how the game works, and that is something that's going to benefit them against Aerial Rise. And it's really going to be tested here as they're playing against a tier 2 team that has a pretty good reputation.
Let's see if they have a good idea of the map that they're going to be playing on. Of course, between Aerial Rise and Phantom Legion, we already know some of the maps that Aerial Rise like to play, Clubhouse being one of them, but Aerial Rise decided to ban that out in the middle of the ban phase, and so we end up on border yet again, Ali.
I mean, that doesn't really surprise me, to be honest, as border is, I mean, it's favored by a lot of teams here, just with the fact that it allows for a lot of aggression to be thrown at your opponents, and it allows you to kind of not play less strategically, but it allows for the closest thing that's real in the TDM meta is there's a lot more emphasis on using aggression to get your opponents out of position and using aggression to keep the attackers out of the building and maintaining that space in ways that are a little bit unconventional for siege maps.
Saw a pretty aggressive game in the last game between TSG and Makers on the same map, and it wasn't just Makers doing it a whole lot of the time and trying to make things work, especially in the early round on their defenses, most notably Kobilax going for a lot of the spawn peaks, but it was also like TSG doing it a couple of times. It wasn't just Cassie who had some big rounds. Space was also going for some pretty important early picks as well. And so now for Phantom Legion, they kind of have to try and set the pace here against Aerial Rise, especially now because they are starting off on the attack, Aerial Rise on the defense, and we know how much better Aerial Rise are on their defenses compared to their attacks.
That we could potentially see something happen with that here, though, as I mean, well, it's an attacker set of map, as we saw last time, where it tends to favor the attack, but of course every game is different. I'm gonna send it in just a second here, and I believe this is a map that we've seen Phantom Legion play before, although unfortunately I have not had time to delve too deeply into how they've been doing. And so that experience, I mean, it always benefits you when you have kind of recent memory of a map. And we're going to get into the bans here and just going to see what Ariel's cooking here. They're going to ban out the Dokubi, which is honestly just kind of a free slot in most ban phases. You can say the Dokubi is going to be banned, and like 7 or 8 out of 10 times you're probably going to be correct. We could also see something like a Ying or a Monty get banned out here by Phantom Legion, as both those are very common. It's actually going to be the Osa. And it is a little bit of an odd one, but it does kind of make sense. It could potentially be a counter ban, although I'm not 100% sure. But for attacks onto, or that focus heavily on archives, Osa is a pretty common sight.
Also very good for lockers executes as well, especially if you deal with the small office player. Mira is up next. That's the same ban that we saw in a game between Makers and TSG. And yep, Valkyrie is up next as well. So again, you have your Fenris, your Zombies, your... What else is also banned? But I know it's Fenrir and Azami who are usually banned out if it's not a Mira and a Valkyrie. But with the changes to Fenrir, you have an opportunity to at least ban other operators such as the Mira. That Aerial Rise or that Phantom Legion have decided to ban out instead. But that does mean that with those 2 attacking bans, Monty is left up, and he is the most banned operator in the BGS.
He's been kind of the most banned operator in a couple different areas, as he's very difficult to deal with if the Monty player knows what they're doing. I mean, even with the last game, we saw the Blitz be brought out by Makers, and whenever it was played well by Packer in that last round, it was very difficult to deal with. And Monty has a little bit more security, since you can't just shoot him in the ankles. You have to put real effort into getting rid of him, and if you can close that distance, then it's very difficult to deal with him. But the thing about bans is that it's all about give and take. What are the things you want to deal with the least, and what are you willing to leave up for your opponents in order to get that? And so PLG, they say, we really don't want to deal with this Osa, but now the Monty's up, and they could absolutely use it. But Poison's also been known to be a pretty good Monty when he's been playing, and it's not really something I want to see, especially with like a gunner like Snake or Brios behind him. That's a pretty scary situation.
Yeah, and also just has much more working against her than the Monty. With the impact nerfs that happened like a while back, and I'm not gonna guess the season because I just don't remember, Monty has become more powerful and you have less counters working against him. Whereas with an Osa, you bring like a couple of impacts, you bring some nitro cells, which is very common on Border because of how vertically dependent the map is. Osa is a non-factor for the round, especially if you can place those explosives really well. So the Osa is, while I'm not surprised to see it on Border, I am surprised to see it over a Monty or even a Ying, actually.
Yeah, those are 2 pretty common operators to see banned. I mean, we've been talking about the Monty a lot, but that Ying has a lot of phenomenal execute utility with the fact that she can blind people so effectively while getting into the site. It really cracks things open. We're not going to see it brought out, though, at least not yet. Ariel are going to go to Armory and Archives here for their first site, which is very common. And they're going to set things up in a pretty similar fashion to what we saw both other teams do. Although notably, they don't have a dock, instead bringing the Oryx out from Snake.
I don't like nor hate the Oryx pick, to be fair to you, because like there's plenty of hatches, or I say plenty of hatches. There's really only about, like, let me count in my head. There's plenty of hatches on the top floor, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, and I actually did see it on the top-down view. So you have a lot of ways to play around the Oryx, kind of in terms of like what you're allowed to do on your rotation. So I kind of like the Oryx pick. But yeah, no dock to help retain a position in security room where the Azami is playing, but at least you do have the Azami in this matchup because both Mira and Valk have been banned.
Flores drone goes in, gets an early set of barbed wire. He might send another one in for the jammer as well on the metal stairs, but if they're not looking to walk up that position later on, that might not be necessary. Rival's going to open up a little bit of vertical play by Break Room just to make sure that Inrio can no longer play in this position without putting himself in severe danger. Flores is going to be looking to work with his teammates to open up this top floor as best they can as well. And now this position that Inrio wanted to play has been opened up here. They might use the Capitao to try to move him back even further. But Kira was still able to play inside of CCTV. Not out of danger per se, but he's able to lock off a lot of these points of entry the attacker going to want to use.
High barriers go out, and that's just going to waste slightly more time and bullets on the side of Phantom Legion, who are just trying to shoot them down instead of opting to use the Forest drones, which you want to try and at least use for some of the more bulletproof destructible utility here on the side of Aerial Rise, the bulletproof cameras, the deployable shields, etc, etc, and also the Malusi Banshees too. The zombie is still kind of isolated in sight. There's been no utility rotated towards this area of the map. Capitao is not even anywhere near to the security side. Kiryu opens up the kill feed though. A kill onto Epic, followed up with one by Brios, and you lose your hard breach and your flank watch in the same breath, as well as Trevmac, who has not used a single Capitao bolt this whole round. There's an answer back though from Phantom Legion, but an answer back from Inrio ensures that it's a 1v4 rival down metal. They know he's here, and they shut him down as poison with the final kill, and Aerial Rise with the opener here on border.
A lot of stalling came out of Phantom Legion that time, as they didn't really get into the building at all. They let Aerial intimidate them and keep them outside and just, completely stalled, as I said before. And you just can't let that happen. You need to get inside of the map and make sure that your opponents can't just lock you out completely. Because Aerial is absolutely a team where if you give them that room to breathe, they're going to use it, and they're going to make sure that you can't do anything easily. Nothing will be free against Aerial. And if you don't have someone who can just let it hang and walk in the building against a team like that, that really doesn't bode well. And so someone from Phantom Legion needs to start doing that here if they're gonna look to take these rounds at all.
Yeah, and a big reason as to why they kind of like delayed themselves as well is because they just didn't I don't know if it's the fact that they just didn't know when or where to use their utility, but I would expect a seasoned player like Trevmac to know when and when not to use the Capitao boats, and he didn't use them a single time in that round. There's literally no counter from Aerial Rise on that second floor hold on that security extension against any throwable utility, and Phantom Legion just didn't use any utility to help make their entry easier. They just kind of didn't even prep it. They just tried to go in dry, and it's Aerial Rise to perfectly counter it through crossfires. So now you have to hope for better utility usage this time around from Phantom Legion, at least to make their entries easier.
They're going to need to take office here to make this attack work, but they are worried about Brios inside of CCTV. And he is going to be giving them something to worry about, just sitting here and wasting a ton of time. And yet again, we're seeing a little bit of hesitancy from PLG to get inside of the building. Snake's going to make that worse with the pick onto Valeno. See a potential pick back from Rival as he does take down Brios. That gives his team an even man count, and he looks to try to counter Kiryu playing inside of Armory as well, but nothing comes of it just yet. They need to fall back a little bit and lock off these areas that Phantom Legion would want to use to get inside of office. They're inside of the building now, but that really is only step one to this round. There's so much more they need to get done.
Go out in order to gather more info on the rest of this push, because like you mentioned, they still have a lot to clear out, the castle barricades being one of them. Also a lot of the space around this second floor, archives, lockers, and well, even fountain as well. If somebody's playing in archives like the Legion is doing right now, he could just back up and play safely into archives. You still have the ace here as well to open up the fountain position, so you can cut off a lot of rotations here for Aerial Rise. Another Nomad goes out now, this time towards the metal doorway, and you have to hope that Phantom Legion at least make a push happen off of this, but they're kind of stalling themselves and also forcing themselves way through 90. No utility used towards the fountain area. Snake gets away with one for free, putting Aerial in the lead, but an answer back from Trevmac puts them back on level terms until there is an answer from Poison. React this down. Phantom Legion now down to 2 men. One player on the east stairs, the other is also joined next to him. at this very moment. Diffuser, though, is surrendered in the middle of 90. Trevmac, though, makes this round slightly more possible, too, because he kills Poison upstairs. The rest of Aerial Rise now have saw it fit, though, to now try and play towards sight, because the time is getting low, and Phantom Legion at some point will have to try and execute.
25 seconds, 2 versus 2. Epic makes his way down the eastern stairwell. It looks to walk into Archives, if he can, or to Tellers rather, and he gets that pick on Dakiru. It's all left up to Inrio, but he has a great position to get this plant down, but no! Trebmac has the cover. And that's going to be Phantom Legion answering back with the round of their own, denying the 1 versus 2 clutch from Inrio.
At least that was a much better round from Phantom Legion. They kind of like hit a go button. I didn't really like how one-dimensional it was, though. I'll be completely honest, especially on the second floor, and how many limited options they gave to themselves to attack that second floor, but at least they were on top of the trade games. And were very consistent in playing off of each other when it came to getting control of that second floor. Eventually, Aerial Rise had to vacate the premises, gave away that top floor, and so it gave Phantom Legion an opportunity to kind of work their execute in the final like 5 seconds, and they worked it smartly. Instead of dropping down the bathroom hatch and trying to go for a stall plant, they instead go down square, plant next to the bookcases. They find one isolated pit off of somebody just trying to go for the long angle through, I believe it was Workshop. And then Enrio also just had like a very hard time trying to clutch inside of that round. Very good backup though from Phantom Legion, who consistently were able to play off of one another so consistently in that round.
That was very good from them here. Just gonna force a site rotation out of Aerial Arise. Instead of going back to bathroom, they're going for Ventilation Workshop. You'll see a little bit of a cheeky peek coming out here from Snake to start things off, as a little bit more advanced version of a punch hole just shoots a hole in the bottom of the wall. And if a player walks into it, that could be deadly, but instead, he's gonna opt to pull off of it and just preserve his life, but that still does set a precedent that Phantom Legion have to be worried about. And with the issues they've already had with stalling, that's a very good precedent to be setting for Aerial Arise. You want them to be scared of getting into the building and contesting you.
Parmesan has already hacked 2 things inside of this round, and I wonder what the first one is. I'm imagining it's a Melusi Banshee, because I did see a Melusi Banshee here in the previous round when Aerial Rise were playing up here and extending into Security Room. So already you see some good utility workage from Phantom Legion. Compare that to the round number 1, where they didn't really have any much utility interplay. This time around it's slightly better. They still have to deal with the player in Security Room, and they really have nobody making moves anywhere. Security window has been opened up. The player by the square position has been challenged, and he's officially been killed. That's Wamai down early, and that's a pretty important pick considering that the Wamai discs are no longer usable in the rest of this round for Aerial Rise.
Poison's gonna look to get aggressive towards top east. If someone tries to swing him, he has the shotgun out. And now we see Veleno making more use of that Bravo drone and just taking more of this information that Aerial are wanting to rely on for this top floor defense. Poison's taken out by Epic as well, and they have good information on Kiru, which is going to lead to a pick from Rival. Now Snake has to win this fight over by top east, and he gets 1, but he can't get the second. All left up to Inrio. As he creeps towards top armory, he gets the first, then falls back immediately. But there's only 55 seconds left here. But he has to hold out for that whole time.
Fuse is also in the hands of Phantom Legion at this point as well, but 2 players on top of each other, so this time Phantom Legion are not gonna at least split up and give up any 1v1 gunfights. And this drone made the tech in Rio, pushing in through the bathroom hallway, and it does. Trev Mac reacts quickly off of that. That's good timing on the drone to be in that specific spot. 5 more seconds from that on that rotation from Inrio, that drone could have been on Workshop, and Inrio could have been deep in the bathroom and gotten a double kill.
Back into the quarter system, side swap going to come out here with Phantom Legion being up 2-1. I would say a couple of those rounds, or both of those rounds, were very winnable for Aerial. But once Phantom Legion figured out how to actually get into the building, once they rectified that issue they had in their first round, Aerial did have a lot of trouble trying to counter the things they were looking to do. And so now, with that knowledge, they're going to go on to the defense here, and we're most likely going to see a lot of what we saw from Aerial's defenses as well, with them putting a lot of effort into setting a pace and keeping Aerial from being fully comfortable getting into the map. See a couple of interesting Maestro cams being placed down here by React. There's going to cover the entirety of Archives, and he's going to have one for Armory as well to give his team a ton of Overwatch very remotely.
Yep. Gotta love the changes that happened a while ago as well to the Maestro. Him getting more cameras this time around, and so that gives you more of an opportunity to lock down every single entry point. And that's exactly what React is going to be doing with the Maestro cameras, covering both bases of where the default plant could be for Aerial, depending on if they do try to execute over towards Archives. I also saw a repick earlier from Aerial Rise, and it's going to be Snake on the floors this time around. And I'm thinking he did that because they did see the Maestro camera on a Twitch drone, well, on a drone from one of the Aerial Rise players in Archives earlier. It's already going to be an entry, though, work towards Passport, but immediately backs off of that.
Rival's looking to see if there's one that's going to pop the head over the roof there, but so far no one will. We see Inrio try to work this Brava cam a little bit. And they want to get this player off of the catwalk, and Kira's going to do just that. Takes out Rival on that one mine. Another potentially exposes himself, but gets out just in time. And Aerial have worked a little bit of control here on top east, which they can try to leverage into an office take, which allows them to try to take into Archives. But that pick onto Snake is going to make things a little bit harder, because that utility that the Flores would have taken out is going to remain up, or at least be taken out with a lot more difficulty.
Also, the Flores drone was muted at that time too, so they can't really deal with these Kiba barriers inside of Archives, or inside of Security Room rather. The only way that they're going to be able to do that or deal with these Kiba barriers is going to be through either the Ash or Q route on the ace. And I imagine that because you're angling towards an east side take, and more so towards an Archives execute, you most likely do not want to use the Selmas for these Kiba barriers, and you might just either want to just waste your time shooting them or using the Ash charges. Kiru is down, so you don't have those Selmas any longer. Valeno finds that pick, and Epic with the follow-up to continue putting the hurt here on Aerial Rise. There is a trade eventually here from Inrio. Valeno's down this time around, but you're still in a dire position here if you're Aerial Rise. Not for long, though. Inrio does find a quick trade, and that is a 2v2. But Phantom Legion, they just keep finding pick after pick after pick, and they continuously keep putting themselves in the lead here. 2v1, not over for Aerial Rise. Certainly not over for Poison. This is certainly clutchable.
Gets the diffuser. Trebek is on little enough HP that if he's just able to get a couple body shots, that'll be all she wrote for him. Only 20 seconds left, though, to work both of these picks, and both of the defenders have fallen back to this very tradable position on the site, just waiting for Poison to make his move. C4 rep makes him cautious, tries to swing in, but he can't even get Trevmac as the crossfire holds firm. Poison's taken down, and that's Phantom Legion taking a third round.
And I really like the utility play that they had in that round too as well. Like, mute jammers on the break door. Aerial Rise didn't really have any counters to the mute jammers, and so they really had a difficult time dealing with the Azami and Security Room. That stunted their push really, really hard, and so you have other players in other positions where Aerial Rise do need them, and so they kind of have to move off of their own positions, try and contest to Security Room, but then they're also just giving up picks in the process of that. It was just always Phantom Legion playing around their utility, playing around each other, doing the trade games really, really well. And that's the one thing that I can say that's been very consistent in this game from Phantom Legion, is that they've been on top of the trade game here against Aerial Rise, when in previous games that usually wasn't the case for Phantom Legion. Everybody kind of just does their own thing, but this time around they clearly have a game plan to play more off of each other.
And you really have to have a game plan like that against a team like Aerial Arise. If you just leave a guy in an isolated position, they're gonna isolate that pick and get themselves the opener, and they're perfectly capable of doing that swiftly and giving themselves enough time to do that 2 or 3 times in a round. And so now that we see an offsite being brought out by Phantom Legion, with it being bathroom, Aerial really need to work on shoring up their corners and not letting Phantom Legion have the room to work with that they're going to be craving here. And we see them lock off this workshop wall completely, which is not something we typically see, but if Aerial can work up full control of bathroom, that does make it much more difficult to retake. But on the same token, it makes it a little bit more difficult to take bathroom in the first place.
Also, Poison sticking to Monty this time around. He's going to make an entry work over by East. For the time being, there's really nobody with him. Up until now, Kiru's going to join him on this East entry point that they have. And the only player that they're going to be running into is Veleno, who drops off very quickly, and wisely so, because you really have a Monty playing up against you. Plus, you have somebody as scary as Kiru on a gun trying to kill you as well with the pinch on the other side from Brios. But Snake may have found a gap here. He just walks into bathroom, kills Trevmac, and that was the only player on site. Another player is on his first floor, but Aerial Rise are gonna get a plant down before Phantom Legion can have a say about it. Snake gets a second kill. And there are 2 players, or at least 1 player on the second floor still. Never mind, he's been dealt with. Snake finds his triple kill of the round, and he's on for an ace if he can find 2 more, and he does. He's on a quad. There's a couple of whiff shots from the Legion at the end, who's now in a 1v4. He confirms the kill finally onto Trevmac, and he could have on Poison after the Monty meleeed him, but Kiru makes sure that confirmation does not happen. Aerial Rise with a gap found and an execute completed successfully, and they at least stop the bleeding for now.
I do have to question why the defense was set up like it was for Phantom Legion, as in theory, those 3 walls being reinforced does make it a fortress, but it also means that once Aerial had taken control of bathroom, they really just had to worry about Blue Hall and the hatch, and both of those are fairly easily contestable from the positions which Aerial had found themselves in. The Monty as well just puts a ton more pressure on these defenders when they go for that retake with the positioning Poison had. And well, you don't want to give the attack, like, you can't have a setup like that and then have a gap that Snake can hit. Because Snake is one of those players that has a very good mix of mechanical skill and bravery, where if you leave that gap for him, he is absolutely not afraid to take it, and he has the mechanics to walk in and win those necessary gunfights.
It's also funny because, like, if anyone has been keeping an eye in Element 3, and specifically how Aerial Rise like to play, not in the group stages for Phase 3 because they haven't really been doing too well, but mainly in a Swiss stage where Snake found a lot of his statistical success. That's what he was really good at, was just finding gaps and exploiting them all by himself and finding multi-kills. Just in the snap of a finger. Bravo Drone goes into Archives though at this very moment, and it does hit the Malusi gap, the Banshee, so that makes the entry over by Archives a lot easier, plus the site slightly more vulnerable.
Brios gonna find the information on Veleno inside of CC. He's gonna fall off without actually being contested here, which is fairly interesting, although he might not want to isolate himself and give Aerial a chance to pick him off. A lot of pressure is being placed onto Office here from a couple different avenues, and we're gonna see some of that pressure mount a little bit more with Kiru creating a couple openings, both by opening radio window and by opening triple wall, but that breach charge is going to be shot off triple. And it could be up to Buck to open it, we will have to see. But Aerial have gotten themselves a decent bit of control here, which they can utilize to try to get inside of Office and get control of that hatch. Or rather, they need to get control, they need to use this to get control of Armory and get control of the vertical on the site so that Snake can work the Buck.
Where Poison is right now, because they really need an opportunity to open up some of these longer sight lines through his Selma gadgets. It's going to be Snake though to find the opener, and that's Rival already down, but Epic finds a follow-up, and that puts Phantom Legion right back in the mix of things. Though Selma goes out on the Armory wall, Epic does find a kill off of some aggression, but Poison is there for the refrag yet again for Aerial Rise. Flashes go out, and it seems like they just flash each other at this very moment. A couple players still, or actually all three of the players here for Phantom Legion still up top. It doesn't look like Aerial Rise are very well aware of that. React does find the kill here for Phantom Legion, putting them in the lead. Snake has no idea that there's a guy prone in Fountain, and Valeno collects that freebie for himself and leaves Inrio up in Archives all by himself in a 1v3, and he's already having some issues trying to find a first. It's a fall off though from Valeno, who finds his way back inside of the site, and now you have to get a little bit desperate and try and find some picks. He does do well to find one, and he can do well to isolate another, but it's Trev Mack with the swing or be swung. He swings first, and he connects onto Inrio.
We see a repeat of the previous half, with Ariel only taking one round in each quarter, which is a little bit worrying, as the first quarter, it's typically pretty attacker-sided on border. That's not the end of the world, but they then lost 2 attacks, and it looks like they're having some trouble dealing with what that PLG is throwing at them. This strategy that is being employed has been very difficult to deal with, and the only round they won was arguably more off of the mistakes of PLG, with them leaving a massive gap in the site that Snake was able to exploit. But once they started shoring up those gaps, Ariel just hasn't had anything to work off of. They haven't had an entry point like they've wanted.
Yeah, and it reminds me of the very first round that we saw on border between Phantom Legion and Aerial Rise, where Phantom Legion just didn't really create any good openings for themselves, and that seems to be the case here for Aerial Rise. I mentioned specifically the ace in that round, and the ace was using his Selmas to get the armory wall open, and that's not really an issue, but you're mainly having trouble trying to get control of Fountain, Office, and Archives, and you really need the Selmas to help you open up Fountains and Archives in order to make the defense uncomfortable up top. Aerial Rise, they really suffered because they didn't really have the ace in the right place, in my opinion, but also they suffered because they didn't really have enough info to help them complete their second floor clear.
Yeah, you need to have information on where all these players are, right? Right, we wouldn't necessarily look at all these players and call them mechanical warlords, but they are good enough to get the picks when they're necessary, and especially if they're able to set themselves up without Ariel having information on it. All of them are perfectly capable of setting that up and then winning that fight. And that last round, right, we see Valena go prone to Fountain, and they have no idea that anyone is in Fountain. Snake is walking around pretty lackadaisically outside of Fountain, and he ends up getting shot in the side. And that's just not something you can afford to have happening in a situation like this. You need to be making sure that you're corralling those players into more advantageous positions, and that you're giving yourself the room you need to breathe.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of rough for Aerial Rise, especially because this is their first official showing in BGS. And I know so far in Phase 3 for Element 3, everybody knows, I'm pretty sure everybody who's watching this is watching Element 3. Everybody knows that Aerial Rise aren't doing so hot in Phase 3, and I hope that's not really rubbing off on this game day, because that can be quite a mental killer. I imagine if that's just carrying over in this game against Phantom Legion, who are comprised of very good players, don't get me wrong. I think some of these players could break into T2 if there were a team that would be willing to take them at this moment. And so far, they're showing their talents on a very good day, on a very first day that we get to see Aerial Rise play in a BGS.
Yeah, Ariel's a pretty good team to show those talents against. They're a very good team to, I don't want to say quite wipe the floor with, but a very good team to have a good showing against, to kind of use to prove that you belong with the big dogs and you're perfectly able to counter players, even like Snake, who has actually attended a major with TSM, which has some of the players that a lot of people consider the best of all time, or in conversation for the best of all time, with people like Achieved and Bolo.
Break is taking a lot longer than it usually is, and that's me speaking off the record, by the way. I'm not saying it because I got news or anything. I'm quite literally saying this break is taking really long. Usually it's like not this long, it's like 45 seconds, but it looks like We are going to be heading into the game quite soon. It's still Phantom Legion in the lead, 4-2, and now they get an opportunity to play on their attacks. The favorite side, not statistically as of recently, but still with the way that border is like, I don't think I need to stress this enough. It's still pretty favorable towards the attackers.
This puts Phantom Legion in a great spot here to make something happen this round, or to make something happen this quarter. And if they can continue their prowess they've shown on these previous quarters, where they've only let Aerial take one round in each quarter, I mean, they get match point then this quarter. They put themselves up 6-3, and then you only need one more. And so that puts Aerial in a pretty tricky spot where they have to figure out on the fly how to make these defenses work more effectively, so they can counteract the things that Phantom Legion want to throw at them.
And I really like this lineup from Aerial Rise. They're playing around the information now like Phantom Legion did in a previous round to really disrupt that whole clear from Aerial Rise. And it's a swing just outside towards the spawn peak from Kiru that doesn't quite connect. And that was maybe almost a kill for Aerial Rise, but not quite so. I will say, again, I really do like the lineup information and now also some trap operators that can really slow down the process here of this clear from Phantom Legion, who have been able to keep up the pace against Aerial Rise so far. Okay. Wow.
Echo drone shot out by Valeno. Information gained on the player behind half wall as well. And already that is a pretty worthy trade that Valeno got with that Twitch. Now Rival's gonna look to work this player who's playing on half wall. And the ideal, now that he's on drone especially, is to take out this floor and not let him run away, but they let Poison get away.
Yeah, what?
And that isn't the worst thing to see, but it does show a little bit of flubbery on the part of Rival to not get that pick, because that Echo is such an important pick to get if they can.
At least Phantom Legion do find a pick elsewhere. That's Kiru down, and I imagine that's going to make the security push a lot easier. It looks like he was trying to play towards east side. Enrio almost overexposes himself to the break room door, and a nice flick readjustment from Epic finds a second in this round for himself, and also Phantom Legion put themselves 5v3 up. Rotate goes into 90, and aggression shown on the locker's wall does put a lot of hurt onto Vlano, but you still have the follow-ups here from Phantom Legion React to find his first of the round, Phantom Legion's third, and they put themselves up in a 5v3, though eventually traded by Snake, now going up the middle stairs. Rival is down, and that's your primary vert player now out of the count, so a lot of these vertical angles cannot be established down below, and Poison finds a follow-up. This is getting scary for Phantom Legion because not only is their man count getting low, one of them is on 6 HP, and now he's planting the bomb, and your time is getting low, but Aerial Rise are not moving because they're not aware that the plant is going down. Epic, triple kill of the round for himself. He's on for a quad. Poison is the last player alive rotating through Found, but I have to imagine that they hear a 3 armor just walking around. The Ace doesn't, but Epic does see him, luckily, for the Ace. And it's Phantom Legion to put themselves up 5-2 here on border.
Like dominoes, they fall one after another. Everyone on Aerial just... It is a little bit hard to tell sometimes if this is the case, but I do want to make it a case for there being some sort of breakdown in communication on Aerial's part. As normally they're much better at not just letting pieces fall down like they have been, but people have just not been in the positions they need to be for these picks to go in advantageous ways. They've been letting Phantom Legion kind of have their run of the map here, and now that they're not stalling, now that Phantom Legion have the willingness to just walk in and take up space, Aerial have been on the back foot ever since that happened. And Border's not a map where you can let the attack just have that space. You have to do something to at least delay them and make them uncomfortable. And this information on the drone that Valeno's gonna get, things like that, are so important for why this attacking half has been, or for why the attacks from Phantom Legion have gone the way they have.
Yeah, and to be fair, I highlighted as well the Echo and the Melusi that round. They were both a non-factor, especially the Echo getting dealt with really early from a twist storm from Phantom Legion towards security. Like, they just had no way of really slowing down the process of the attack, and I felt like they took too many ones, like they did right now. Snake is the first death. He runs out of main door, and that's usually a spawn peak that you would usually, or maybe not usually, expect for most attacking lineups, but that time around, Phantom Legion were very well set up to counter it. And Snake is dead, and that's one of the main players in this game to actually be able to do something here for Aerial Rise. And a rotation, very advised from Inrio, has been confirmed here from Epic. And Phantom Legion at this very moment are destroying Aerial Rise. Now with 5v2 with the Claymore, Poison tries to do a run out. And you have to get freaky here if you're Aerial Rise. Kiru does just that and finds a nice headshot. You still have a mountain to climb though, and he's still looking to try and get freaky over by Breaker.
Aggression from Aerial Rise paying off thus far, but not for long, as Rival gets a second on the round, all left up to Brios. Only 2 kills to his name thus far. He's trying to find this player that's inside of Archives, completely disconnected from the other 2 attackers. But he's so wary of every position, but not enough as Trevmac gets that pick and secures match point for his team.
And like you mentioned earlier in the previous round, seems to be a lot like a lack of communication there from Aerial Rise in terms of like just playing off of each other. They're not really doing that well at all, and players are caught out in very isolated positions. You make that round close or closer, like how you were allowed to in a previous round, but Phantom Legion are very good at closing these rounds out, as they have shown when they are in a man advantage. So now you're in a very tough position in your very first game in BGS, where Phantom Legion are 6-2 up. They have an opportunity to close it out on the favored side of border 7-2, and this is really not the showing that you want to have if you're Aerial Rise, especially making your debut in a T3 league.
Yeah, a lot of those attempts at getting aggressive back from Aerial were read so perfectly by Phantom Legion. Right, we saw Epic on East, or on top East. First, he gets the pick onto Inrio because he anticipates him trying to walk out of that position and break. And then he pre-fires 90 immediately, which didn't end up being a kill. But we did see some from Aerial try to poke their head out there and look to see if they could find something. And just the fact that Phantom Legion have been reading into what Aerial's been doing so effectively has made it's made the aggression on their part work flawlessly, and it's made the aggression that Aerial's tried to throw at them to get back work so little. And Snake has also kind of been getting shut down in these past couple rounds. No one from Aerial that is usually stepping up to get them these picks they need has been on the board, as they've been so thoroughly shut down.
I mean, you go back to that last round, Snake tried to go for a run out, or an early pick towards the main door, which is very well telegraphed or usually expected on border because the defense has to get aggressive like that. He was shut down almost immediately. And so this time around, Phantom Legion though will look to try and make an aggressive entry work by lockers. They have the Ash set up just outside of the armory wall, but it looks like they're actually going to set their sights towards security. Flashes go out. There's nobody on box. Blizz's screen goes full black, but utility will use in order to sit here and make an entry work. They gain space, but I said utility well used. They've used a lot of it so far.
Rio City inside of office looks to get a pick onto this player, but it's going to be Rival to get the first one onto Kiru, positioned alone at the top of East Stairs. And that puts more pressure on all of these top floor players, but there's only one player on the site here, actually. And that's going to be Inrio on that mute. Even Poison's on top floor with the smoke. And if Phantom Legion realize this, that could potentially be an easy isolation with the Blitz. They are going to be looking to go for this top floor clear, though. And Brios is going to get one, going to go for the second, but it's unsuccessful thus far. They know where he is. The Blitz comes out. It is going to be the drop shot from Trevmac. As now Poison and Snake have to get more. They have to stay here and halt these fights, but the Blitz is going to make that so difficult.
See, they've already just forfeited the second floor completely. Both Poison and Snake have completely fallen off the second floor. At least for Aerial Rise, you have these horizontal angles that you can work with. There's no vert being established here from Phantom Legion. So this execute from Phantom Legion can be quite tricky because they have a lack of vertical and because Aerial Rise still have a lot of this horizontal to play with. And you can see they're eyeing up the bathroom hatch drop. But this could just be well countered by good positioning here from Aerial Rise, which I would expect they would have. EMP to knock out the BP. Trevmat goes down the bathroom hatch, but there's somebody in his stall. He turned his back momentarily towards them, and it was exposed. And Aerial Rise, they keep on fighting. They find two, now a third, and Snake is the one to find the end of round kill. Valeno down, and Phantom Legion to go down in this round as Aerial Rise to at least grab a round back before maybe the inevitable happens.
So far, the trend in all 3 quarters so far has been that Ariel only gets 1 round, and that is really good if you are Phantom Legion, but it bodes really poorly for Ariel going into this, as I mean, the attack has been so dominant when it's been Phantom Legion doing it, but when it's been Ariel doing it, they just haven't been able to work anything properly. They haven't been able to get into the building like they need, and with how effectively Phantom Legion were shutting them down on their deep when they were on the attack, now that Ariel have to be the ones to walk into the building and start off the aggression, then there's a lot more opportunity for Phantom Legion to set themselves up to counter that aggression and to predict it and shut the door in Ariel's face.
I mean, they have a good way of shutting down the aggression as well, because they have the Capcan, they have Zombie to slow things down, Mute as well, and again, they pick into the Maestro, which is very popular. I'm surprised someone like Trevmac isn't sporting it. Instead, it's going to be React this time around. And interestingly enough, Aerial Rise kind of go for something that's slightly more near face. Poison is on the Monty and Kirio is on his Blitz. We have seen this many times before, though it's not exactly common.
There is definitely something to be said for the double shield, and there's a Nook as well, which to me signals that Ariel are going to want to apply a ton of pressure to one area, then have Brios kind of look to go for a backstab of sorts, which is certainly a strategy that can be highly effective, especially since Inrio is getting into the site and trying to get rid of as many of these these Maestro camps as possible. But the plant's already going down from Poison. They ban out the Nitro Cell from Trevmax successfully. And now he can go for this again, but Rival's gonna get the opening pick again. Brios tags on, but Rival is the one showing up in the kill feed the most here as he gets a triple kill and leaves everything up to Poison and Inrio.
Users gone down. A lot of the utility burned here from Phantom Legion, and this is going to be like a pretty, like, even though it's a 2v4, it's going to be slightly hard to retake. Really, Phantom Legion have to try and dominate in terms of the man count. They do just that. It's a quick trade from React. Players outside from Poison. He has to try and deny the diffuser, and he's not really in the best of position to do this. He does do well to find a nice little one-tap headshot, but he just doesn't play the 1v1 well against React. He is the Monty, and he doesn't even extend his shield and put a lot of intimidation onto React. And so Phantom Legion, they close out Border 7-3 against Aerial Rise on their debut in BGS.
Highly unfortunate there for Aerial Rise as their streak of bad luck continues, but if you're Phantom Legion, you're gonna be feeling pretty good about that one as they set themselves up pretty well here for this next stage in BGS. And Ariel are going to have to come back in this next game they have, which is actually the next best of one, and on their next play day as well. But it's not all doom and gloom for them. They do still have a little bit of time to come back and potentially make a bid for playoffs. But it's going to be a difficult one. It's going to be very costly.
Say they have time. They literally have a game, I think, like right after this. If not, they are
They
the
do?
last game of the night too. So I mean, you know, I guess they have some time in the middle between their games to process this because it is a very tough lot to take on the chin. That was also just a very tough round to lose because they did well initially to like burn a lot of the utility, and they did well to get the plant down, but too many players just kind of like lost their gunfights in their own separate positions, thus giving a lot of control to Phantom Legion, especially when it came to that retake. They just had the numbers advantage, and really realistically in that execute, you really only have two places that you can play, and it was very well telegraphed by Phantom Legion, who played the retake perfectly well.
They're going to have an opportunity to talk to their coach between games here, and having spoken to Wumbo many times personally, he is a phenomenal coach, and he is going to be able to rally the troops behind what they need for this next game. But still not the loss you want to take, and a 7-3 against not a bad team, but a team that you probably should be beating is going to be tough to swallow regardless. But that is it for Chaka and I tonight. We're going to hand it off to two other casters for these next two best of ones. So we're going to send it to a quick break, but make sure you get up, use the restroom, grab some popcorn, whatever you need, but be right back.
I wish a void opened in the air to suck me up, cause I really don't care. While I'm falling, I wondered if you would miss me when I'm gone. While I'm falling, I wondered if you would miss me when I am gone. I feel so hollow, hollow inside, hollow inside. Promise me everything, promise me everything, but please don't lie.
I've been in and out my mind since I hit your phone. I've been counting up the times that I did you wrong. I just want you by my side when I get real gone. Feel it's been a little while since we got along. Yeah, we've been playing stupid games, the situation rotates. And they say communication, safe relations, okay. Medicated how I'm patient, wasting time ain't the way. Cause I can see it on your face. I've been tossing, turning, staying up all night long. I've been calling, yearning, wondering what I did wrong. I could tell by your eyes you got something to hide. So open your mind up, let me inside, and let's make it right. Tell me, baby, what's the problem? Cause I keep trying to figure it out. Oh no, oh no. Tell me, baby, what's the problem? I'm only picking up what you're putting down. You'll be tripping, I don't know what about. So what's the problem right now?
Okay, now hold up.
Let me get something right off my chest. I've been meaning to read into it, time to put it to rest. Is it stress? Is it that I ain't answer your text? Don't you treat it like amnesia, you know I always forget. Stirring the pot real hot, watch how the plot thickens. Around the clock, tick tock, need more than 20 seconds to get your attention before it's on to the next thing. And I'm over here again wondering, can I hold ya, hear your truth, pull you closer, talk it through?
Girl, you know that I'm the one that you can come and complain to. Your silhouette's amazing, but your brain is a maze too.
So can you help me find my way while I find something to say?
I know the arguing just augments everything going both ways, but baby, I can see it on your face.
I've been tossing, turning, staying up all night long. I've been calling, yearning, wondering what I did wrong. I could tell by your eyes you got something to hide. So open your mind up, let me inside, and let's make it right. Tell me, baby, what's the problem? Cause I keep trying to figure it out. Oh no, oh no. Tell me, baby, what's the problem? I'm only picking up what you're putting down. You'll be tripping, I don't know what about. So what's the problem right now?
Get ready for this.
I'm just want to be myself. Don't talk to nobody else. I want to be someone special. I don't want to be a typical person. To get away from my devil. Start from fresh with a fundamental. I feel it, I feel it right. I feel it right. I feel it right. I feel it right. I'm learning how to be a better version of you. And now I realize I'm talking to myself. Doesn't really need to be forever. Doesn't make you feel better. I feel it, I feel it right. I feel it right. I feel it, I feel it right. I feel it right. What I feel, what I feel it. What I feel, what I feel it. What I feel, what I feel it. I feel it.
Welcome back to the Blitz Gaming Series. I'm Mr. Garage. I'm casting alongside Dark. Dark, how are you today?
Doing great. Excited to watch Aerial Rise hopefully bounce back from that game, and got another exciting game later on this evening.
Yeah, Aerial Rise coming off of a tough loss to Phantom Legion. Kind of unexpected, a little surprising, but they have a chance of redemption here against 1 HP. So we're going to see if they're going to be able to mount something, look a little bit more alive in the server, because, I mean, one, we didn't expect Aerial Rise to lose. You know, they're a team with so much talent, with so many big names, especially for the tier 2 and tier 3 scene. We really expected them to at least win it out, but to lose it without much of a close fight was really surprising to see.
Yeah, I believe it was what 7-3 on border. That's very tough.
7-2 maybe.
Oh, one of the two. But getting into the rosters, Aerial Rise, as we just mentioned, ton of well-known names: Poison, Snake, Brios, Inrio, and newly Kiru joining the roster.
And over at 1 HP, it's a gold camo, stealth, Seinfo, and effect. So some other people that I have seen playing around in the tier 3 scene, I can't remember where, but I've definitely casted some of these guys before. So once again, these guys aren't complete newbies to the scene. They're certainly going to be putting up some fight, but if Aerial Rise shook off the rust in that first game, if now they're coming back, or maybe now they have a fire kind of lit underneath them because of how kind of underwhelming their performance was, now it's either they improve dramatically or the mental for them is already cooked.
Yeah, 100%. And coming into Blitz Game Series, we definitely think like Aerial Rise would be one of the favorites to win alongside Makers, and to see them lose the first game, hopefully that starts and they realize, hey, we actually have to compete and play, and hopefully we can see them put up a performance like we know they are capable of.
Now, we're going to be looking at the bans real quick, and at least thinking of how these teams have played so far in the group stage. This is just Aerial's first game, so we don't know too much about them, at least for this group stage thing. Meanwhile, 1 HP aren't doing too hot. They're 1-3 right now. They've had one successful win on Clubhouse where they 7-0'd Zomblers, and then they also went to Clubhouse and lost to Zomblers in a separate match in this group stage alone. So Clubhouse being a pick here isn't super surprising. You know, it's a team that it's a map that every team has in their repertoire. But 1 HP having 7-0'd a team on it and then also lost to that same team again is just an interesting little anomaly, I think.
Yeah, definitely. Like if you see a 7-0, you would assume that they're very solid on the map, but to see them also lose 7-4 is against the same team is a little bit odd, to say the least. But getting into the operator bans, Aerial Rise, as they start on defense, they will have the first and last ban, and 1 HP, they will have the middle two bans.
Thinking maybe a Monty. No.
Well, Doke, pretty simple, very strong operator, especially on roam clear sites like we know that Clubhouse basement is. So not having those Doke calls and having roamers stay up a little bit longer definitely makes sense to be your first ban.
All right, now maybe Monty.
Unless people
unless they want to keep Monty in for Rafters, they do.
Wow.
The classic Thatcher ban, making the walls difficult to open up. Kind of surprised, but I mean, Monty's such an integral part of a lot of attacking strategies for this map that I can understand why both teams maybe don't want to fight against Monty, but they also don't want to attack without Monty. So makes sense, but surprising nonetheless. Haven't seen Thatcher get banned in a little bit. Been a bit more favored lately.
And then Cade often banned alongside Thatcher because especially on that base and bomb site, you do not have Thatcher, you have to spend a lot of time and a lot of extra drones trying to get those K-Claws and spot them out. Otherwise, you're going to be flying blind trying to disable the K-Claws, and it might lead to not being able to get those vital hatches open. And skipped over. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, final one just being Valkyrie, so nothing too surprising there.
Yeah, very simple bans. The only thing that's really surprising is the Monty being left up, as you mentioned.
And something I'm curious about, and I remember casting a number of months ago when Ying was right in the heart of the meta, and she was banned quite a bit. When Ying wasn't banned, she wasn't always brought, and so I kind of wonder if we'll see the same thing where Monty is often banned, but right now he's not in any of the operator picks for 1 HP. So they can bring Monty, but will they actually be bringing Monty? Maybe it's just not something they're going to use, or maybe they just don't use it for this bottom site. Maybe it's mainly just for clearing out rafters and attacking CCTV and cache or gym and bedroom.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen Monty have some uses on this bomb site, mainly like just walking into sight through the commonly called ash wall. You can see him walk down the main stairs just right into sight and then start getting the plant down. And really, it's really easy as it does require a lot of map control. But also, even if Monty was banned, there's still the Osa, which is also equally as strong for doing that. But no shield ops, seeing Habana, Buck, Grim, Ash, and Jackal. Very, very basic lineup on the side of 1 HP. And Snake on the Cav is going to be something that I'm looking out for this round.
Yeah, certainly interesting and not super surprising given the play style that we've seen Snake do throughout a lot of different teams and comps and leagues he's been in. We've seen him live up to his name and be quite a bit of a Snake. The first engagement here, you can look, Sign just trying to do this little peek, and how many times are you going to keep peeking it when your shoulder keeps getting tagged? He gifts a pick to Poison, who all Poison has to do is just keep shooting there. You know that Sign's going to keep peeking because he does apparently zero self-control right there. That's your Jackal out of the game really early. And with what we were just talking about with the Caveira on the board, you want your Jackal alive. You want your Jackal to be able to find that Caveira, put pressure on the Caveira. But now Cav can just run around and do whatever.
Yeah, I mean, if at first you don't succeed, try again, right? Just keep swinging and hopefully you're getting killed. But yeah, Snake now having free reign to just sort of do whatever he wants could get very dangerous for 1 HP if they're not able to shut him down. And as we see that, he's ratting out in Logi.
Gonna see a little bit of baiting going on. You see Kiro is just gonna fire to tell the attackers that's where they are, and then they're gonna clear in and not see Snake or not expect Snake. But things go from bad to worse for 1 HP as gold also falls down. So Snake no longer going to be waiting there. They have man advantage. Aerial Rise can play a bit more aggressive now and take back some of this top floor and really prevent 1 HP from being able to sink their teeth in anywhere and get any sort of solid grasp. And so right now, they're just still trying to clear out this top floor. They're trying to get things set up. They have a minute left, and there we finally see Cav come out. No interrogation. It's a smart move because it's a hot drop from effect, and Kiru finds the last kill elsewhere. But that Caveira coming out and working pretty well in the end there.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely doesn't hurt when the main operator that counters the Cav gets killed by having a lack of discipline. Rather than that, like, pretty flawless from the side of Aerial Rise. Like, they didn't give up top floor too quickly, and they were all playing together. So that way, if one player did fall, they had another player right in the area for the trade, as we saw with the Cav. But also the Mute was right in construction as well, being able to help out for a potential trade. But getting into the next round, seeing that top floor gym bedroom bomb site, unfortunately no Cav this time, but we get to see the Azami, Smoke, Mira, very basic operators. Hopefully we can see them do something a bit out of the ordinary. But also, just today, Malusi gained that extra Banshee, so I'll be interested to see sort of what teams do with that 4th Banshee.
Yeah, I was wondering if we'd see more Cav. That's typically something where, you know, you can kind of get away with it once before the other team is gonna wake up pretty quickly and be sure to check around for that Cav, especially if they spot Cav during the drone phase. You're not going to be able to get away and rat like Snake did, so didn't expect to see a ton of Cav, but, you know, might still come out later on. But yeah, the Warden, similarly really powerful gun, is certainly something that Snake excels in. Very mechanically skilled player who, even when not ratting, is still an immense threat. So no shame in hopping off the Cav and not sticking to that bit, even though it would be really fun. First pick,
would be fun.
It's Kiru. It's opening up Aerial Rise. Again, they shut down stealth, and that's pretty big because that's your Twitch drone gone. So that's all of your little zappies coming from those drones. You're not going to be able to use them anymore. They still are able to open up the walls, at least on the exterior, but it only leads to death as Kiru finds a second and a third. There is just no communication from 1 HP amongst their teammates right now.
Yeah, it just doesn't look like they're droning each other in effectively and just pushing Kiru one by one by one. And as we say that, Sign once again pushes in the information and loses the gunfight to Brios.
I think he even had a beat on someone or on wherever Brios was, but he's just looking through these footholds. It's just an awkward angle. You can't really
end effect. Oh my.
Hey, you know what? He's
at least the best of us.
I don't even know if that was an accident or not. I mean, it could have been an accident. That is also a perfectly good time to be like, I'm not going to give them the kill. I'm going to jump off the roof. Funny though. Funny, but it's really looking like 1 HP. They're just not talking to each other. They're not using enough of their drones, and Aerial Rise are taking easy advantage of that by just swinging and playing really aggressive. And if you don't have information and you peek something and then defender peeks hard, you're going to lose because you're looking at all these different angles trying to figure out where they are, and the defender's just going to swing breach and shut you down.
Yeah. Let's say first 2 rounds for Aerial they've looked very strong, going back to what we expect of them. But 1 HP, one thing I'd like to see them change is their drone work and overall working more together as a team. I would ideally like to see the Ash swapped out for a Lion, because that way we can have someone like, already, we have this Lion scan that everyone sees. We will push this player at the same time when that Lion scan goes off. That way everyone is in sync and we do not see players pick up 2-3 kills in one round because they get swung one by one by one.
Another thing I'd like to see 1HP do is, it's one of the easiest fix, and it's why that they're, you know, this is not a guaranteed win for Aerial Rise. 1HP, all they have to do to make things go better is just slow down a little bit.
Yeah,
Doesn't
100%.
even matter what utility they have. If they just slow down and talk a little bit more, they can easily fix some of these issues. And they're a team that has been competing with this roster, I'm not sure for how long, but they've certainly had a number of games under their belts, lots of practice sessions, you would hope. So they can communicate, they can work as a team, and it's just a matter of being like, hey guys, we're making stupid decisions, we're gifting them these rounds. Aerial Rise are simply taking advantage of our mistakes. They aren't outplaying us. Let's just slow down and we can make things work.
Yeah, 100%. And like those 2 rounds, they've been over very quickly. Like, I think 2 minutes on the clock, maybe 1 minute on the first round, and Poison finds an opener. But like, there's a full 3 rounds in or 3 minutes to a round in Siege. Use it. It doesn't matter if you win the round with 20 seconds left or 2 minutes. It still counts the same on the scoreboard. So as you mentioned, just slowing down might be the solution for them.
Luckily, Ash is probably the one character you can live without, the least utility-focused one there, and Effect does find one on Akira to even things up, so that's some of those goo mines that aren't going to be spawning, or that aren't going to be usable, because they're just going to kind of generate dead in the pocket of Legion. So that's at least a plus side for 1HP, who have now locked things out at least a 4 versus 4. So they're just fishing for these last kills. They know one is in gym, but they don't really have basement here clear. Now, this isn't the worst thing in the world, because Aerial Rise, or because 1HP could just attack site, and that would force someone like Poison back up. In fact, Poison's kind of sensing that it's getting closer to execution time. He's going to go up to the stairs. He's going to be closer to site so he can reinforce, because right now 1HP are flashing in. They are looking to take control of gym and maybe start pushing forward so they can get close to site, because right now it's not a gym bedroom site. They still have to get over to CCTV and cache. They're still just taking control of gym, just moving into bedroom right now.
Yeah, and Poison, he's completely gone undroned, which, I mean, I'm happy that 1HP are taking time to slow things down, but like, take it really slow, not droning effectively, and Poison gets the flank.
Kill feed just lighting up as 3 kills happen in an instant, and the 4th to follow. Brios with the finish. They slowed down for a little bit, and it still didn't work. And so this is where it gets concerning, because it's not just an issue of, you know, slowing down and taking your time. 1HP are really struggling on the attack, which isn't unheard of for Clubhouse. You know, it is a map that still does lean to the defense, but you have to be able to win some attacking rounds if you're looking to take this map from Aerial Rise. And Aerial Rise looking a lot better than they did last map.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, they've already tied the amount of rounds they won on the previous map, so that's a good sign for them. But for 1HP, luckily, that was their attacking quarter, so they have 3 rounds on defense to hopefully close the gap. Ideally, I'd like to see them get back to a 3-3-1/2, but being down 4-2, going back to the attack wouldn't be worst case, because at least now they've seen what Aerial Rise has done on the defense. Now, granted, Aerial Rise, they're very good at making these adjustments, but at least 1HP will somewhat know what's going to happen and can adjust accordingly and hopefully win an attacking round.
Now, the kind of silver lining is 1HP are on that defensive side. Aerial Rise are going to have to be able to pull off some successful attacks, which we were just saying isn't the easiest thing in the world to do, even if they have looked so much stronger. You know, some of that, at least some, not all, was just because Aerial Rise were on defense and 1HP weren't that coordinated at attacking. Attacking is much harder. It requires a lot more coordination and communication. Defense, you can play a lot more reactively, and you know, you don't have that much you have to do. You just kind of have to prevent the attackers, slow them down, respond to what they do. As an attack, there's a lot of pressure on you to do stuff. The onus is on you. The envelope, you know, it's being you're the one that has to push the envelope. The ball's in your quarter. Any of those sayings apply to the attackers. So
yeah, definitely. So luckily, like the defense, as you mentioned, like you get to play a lot more proactive, and the attack has to react to what you're doing. And Stealth finds the big player in Snake, who has played very solidly through the first 3 rounds.
It's a good shutdown, and it's the first time that 1HP have gotten that opening pick. They also get the hatch above B site open, so right above Armory there, which is, you know, one of the more hotly contested hatches. You'll see a lot of impact tracking on it, but without a Kaid on the board, it's really difficult to hold on to that thing. So no surprise that it gets open. Pre-play C4 is going to be kind of around that kitchen hallway, kitchen area, and an unfortunate peek from Kiru is going to let Gold find that pick. So that's the second kill in a row, and so far no response from Aerial Rise, no trades. This is looking real good for 1HP.
Yeah, they are starting to show some life, which is very good. Like, as before this round, they only had 1 kill through 3 rounds, which is very, very poor if you are attacking roster. No matter what map it is, having 1 kill in 3 rounds is terrible, but nice to see they're slowly finding their way back into this game on defense. Now, granted, it's a 5v3. This is still very much possible for Aerial to come back, especially since they have that kitchen hatch open. So even without the Hibana, they still have, like, the Hibana still did her job well enough to set the team up for success. Granted, obviously would rather have her up in the late round, but this isn't worst case for Aerial.
They're really just focusing on a lot of the utility play right now, opening up a lot of vertical angles, getting walls opened up, get rid of that mirror wall. A lot of good stuff from here, and this is one of the things that even if Aerial Rise go on to lose this, I already like how they look a bit better than 1HP's attacks. They're taking their time, they're using their utility a bit more, they're playing strategically, and part of that is because they are down in man count. They can't just take these gunfights and hope for the best, because it's not going to work out. The trade game is going to be too easy for 1HP, but I appreciate what we're seeing with this objective play. It's not going to work out for Poison, though. He's going to be down, but Brios does manage to find one of the effects, so it's an effective 2v4 as we come into the last 10 seconds here. Right now, just fishing. Brios can't seem to find anyone towards Generator. He's going to have to walk in, but there's way too many crossfires there. The plant can be attempted, but it's kind of pointless at this point. 1 kill found for Inrio, but he has no time to find anything else or get that plant down, so kind of just ends in sight. Unsurprising given the way the round went, but in general, well played from both teams. I didn't dislike Aerial's approach once they lost those 2 opening engagements. They slowed down, opened things up, and tried a more strategic thing. It just didn't work out because 1HP played it well enough.
Yeah, like 1HP, they played the clock very well. Like, once they got down to the 3v5, we didn't see anyone overswing. And in the end, they managed to play trades well enough to force, I believe it was Kiru at the end of the round, onto the plant, and didn't really give him any option to win the round. But also, Aerial Rise, like, their attack looked very solid. We saw them go through the basic checklist of a CC basement attack, or CC clubhouse basement attack, where you get that kitchen hatch open, you get vertical play to isolate ideally the kitchen bomb site, but worst case you can rotate Arsenal because you have that wall open with the ace. So overall, if we can see more rounds like this, I'm very excited to what the future of this game can hold.
Seeing the Clash come out too from Stealth, which is a pick I'm excited to see. Clash is one of the most annoying characters to come up against in ranked and in like any sort of non-official competition. Just really annoying. But when you start communicating, Clash can be a lot easier to counter. Still not impossible. There are certainly pros and pro teams who can play Clash really well, but Clash, you almost get overly cocky as Clash, and it's really easy to punish Clash players. And so I'm curious to see if Aerial Rise will have a good solution to counter this Clash, or if the Clash player, if Stealth is going to do a great job, stall a lot of time, waste a lot of utility, do some damage, maybe even find a few picks. We'll see.
Yeah, and I'm gonna say the Clash, like, often you need to bring at least 1 to 2 operators in order to deal with her. Luckily on Clubhouse, the Buck from below is one of the very powerful ways to get rid of Clash because her shield can't face downwards. Other ones are the Zofia and other ways to stun Clash out of the shield. But the Buck is going to be very effective if they can try to flush Clash out of the hard floors.
The Buck is a pretty expected play too, so I like what you're saying with Stealth there, where it was a lot of staying in that top red area where the floors beneath you can't be breached, just staying safe. Right now, they're pushing in though. I like this little pinch here, going up red, going in through CCTV. Aerial Rise not wasting any more time after they lost that first opening engagement again, and they're just taking right into these kind of adjacent rooms. But that Clash is still going to keep annoying them, and it's only going to get more difficult now that they don't have any floor they can go through. They're really just going to have to try and run out from gold. Gonna get caught out both angles watching him, so that's unfortunate because that's going to give the it's going to tie things up in terms of man count, so that advantage that 1 HP had is going to be no longer. And when you consider the fact that Clash doesn't have a primary weapon, Clash has the shield, that does mean that in terms of primary weapons, Aerial Rise actually have more up right now, and that could actually make them more lethal.
Yes, 100%. Like, that's the biggest thing with shields is, like, sure, they're very powerful, but if it comes down to it, you don't have a good primary gun like Buck, Ash, Sledge do on the attacking side. So the more bodies that you lose around the Clash, the worse it gets for the defense. Like, sure, it's a 4v4 man count, but really with the Clash, like with the Clash shield, it's 4v3 in terms of those primary guns, which are so powerful. Now, granted, Clash did get changed a few years ago where she now has that secondary SMG, so it makes things a little bit easier, but still not as good as a real gun.
Bunch of kills go the way of Aerial Rise, and all of a sudden dropped into the kill box. It's Barrios who gets TK'd by Inrio, but they do manage to take construction. They do manage to kind of make Clash bring the gun out because everyone else is dead, and that's exactly what we're talking about. That little machine pistol is a pretty solid pistol, but it doesn't do much damage. It's not great at range, and it doesn't have a big magazine. It's just really hard to pull off clutches like that unless you're a Foxay on Cafe. Whenever he got that, that crazy,
I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it.
Pretty crazy stuff, and it's not likely to happen. So unfortunately, what looked like a solid round for 1 HP is clawed back by Aerial Rise.
Yeah, and the big momentum shift was gold jumping out. You do not need to give away bodies, especially when you have the Clash. Like, if he stayed in the building, especially on the Wamai, with the amount of utility that Aerial Rise often brings with their lineups, that round could have been completely different story. Like, imagine like a 5v4 in the side of 1 HP going into that execution. They probably would have ended up trading down and won the round, especially with that Clash. But
100%.
They think that there's one or two things they can change, so they're deciding to give Jim Bedroom another go. Hopefully, with the more conventional operator lineup, we will see them play this a lot more basic and hopefully be able to find their second round before we get to the halftime.
They are swapping off that Clash, even though Clash did a solid enough job, wasted a lot of time. And yeah, I think you highlighted once again that jump out as being a point when momentum shifted. I do think the loss is more on the jump out than it was on Clash not being as lethal. So the Clash being swapped out for, it still could work, but I liked what I was seeing out of Stealth from the Clash. They were doing a pretty good job of not exposing themselves too much, and it more just came down to the rest of their team falling around them and not them failing their team.
Yeah, definitely. And Aerial Rise, so far, nothing really too out of the ordinary has happened. They brought pretty much an identical operator lineup, and they're attacking in a very, very similar way, with the Buck going below in stock and having Poison and Snake push that CCTV side as well. Really, the goal with the attack is sort of just pinch the defenders back into sight, because sure, Jim and Bedroom is a strong bomb site to play, but there isn't too many places to play where you are not exposed. I believe there's only like 2 or 3 spots near the bomb site where you aren't exposed from a breach or a window. So if you can force the defenders back, especially at like the minute 30 mark, you can start playing crossfires, and eventually a defender will get overzealous or anxious and swing.
Let's see Snake just pushing into the bottom here. Right now, Aerial Rise are just doing a pretty solid job of kind of checking all of their boxes. They want to make sure everything's safe before they start pushing up, but 1 HP aren't playing too far away from sight. They're in construction, but they're just keeping it safe a little bit. They're going to let Aerial Rise burn a lot of time clearing everything, checking all the corners before they actually get to sight. And so by the time Aerial Rise do clear everything and they get to sight, look, we're already down to a minute. The walls are still getting opened up. This is going to come down to a pretty late last second execute, and that's gonna be a bit easier though, as Inrio does find one onto Sign, so that's a Jaeger taken off the board, but Jaeger is one of those set and forgets. They don't need a whole lot of utility from Jaeger when it comes to the execute. You want Smoke alive, you maybe want anyone with a C4 alive, so like Effect on Mira here, he's one you want alive. But Gold also getting caught out, so that's Guamai taken off the board. Aerial Rise poised to take this round, but not if Stealth has something to say about it. He's able to find one pick, gets immediately answered back. There's a quick trade as Snake falls and then Poison, or Snake finds one and then Poison falls. It's left in a 3v2. That C4 is going to get ripped, but not going to be able to find anyone as it's thrown a bit awkwardly, and it only reveals the position of Effect, which Q is able to punish. It's all going to be down to Stealth, who has to clutch it up from the inside shower here of the A bomb site. Just trying to find some picks, but he's pinned down. There's no escaping, and the plant is going to go down. Some impacts to maybe try and scare this sledge. Does manage to get the sledge and can't get the diffuser. He is able to down the diffusing player, but diffuser is successfully planted. Finish off that player, and now it's just a matter of finding Brios. He knows where Brios is, but he's going to have to be the one to push here. He can tuck in that corner a little bit, but Brios has that open mirror window, but there's a number of ways in which Brios can swing around through construction to make this easier. Stealth unsure exactly what to do. Going to start hitting it as time is ticking away. Brios going to swing, and that was the one chance that Stealth had to win it. Fortunately, he's not able to stick it out, as Brios does play it well in the post-plant scenario. Really close, scary moment, but ultimately a really good attempt at a clutch that just didn't come through.
Yeah, and even though it is 5-1 in favor of Aerial Rise, 1 HP looked a lot stronger in that second half. So hopefully we can see them pick it up on the attacking side, which they so desperately struggled with the first 3 rounds. And if they can do that, even though it looks kind of grim right now, they might be able to make a comeback and maybe even take this.
Yeah, I mean, Aerial Rise looked like a completely different team than what we saw earlier. They have so much more life, and both teams, yeah, like you said, even though it's a 5v1, there have been some really strong showings from 1HP. It's just clear that Aerial Rise right now is the better team, and they're playing, but that's not because 1HP is necessarily playing poorly all the time. It's just because when it gets really close and it's in those 1v1s, Aerial Rise just have the players are slightly more experienced. They have a little bit better game instinct, and mechanically they're just some of the best in this tier 2, tier 3 scene.
Yeah, and you said it perfectly, like Aerial Rise, like when it gets down to those 1v1s, like 1v2s, they have the experience. Like these players have been around for seemingly ages, so they've been in those situations before, so they know how to play them. Now, it's not me saying 1HP don't know how to play like 1v1s, but in the end, experience trumps all, and especially in those 1v1 really nerve-wracking situations. But going back to the defense, Aerial Rise looked incredible their first 3 rounds on the defense. Let's see if they're able to replicate, and more importantly for 1HP, hopefully they're actually able to show some life, because if not mistaken, on their attacking half so far, they only had like 2 or 3 kills in 3 rounds.
Yeah, it was a rough attacking bout from them, and while I never have any dog in a fight that I'm watching typically for Siege, I don't typically care which team wins or loses while I'm casting. I always want it to be a good show for the audience, because as someone who loves watching Siege, I love the close games like everyone else. And so what I want to see is I do want to see improvement, and I do want to see a more competent and aggressive, but just in general, a more utilitarian focused attack coming out of 1HP here. I don't want this to just go to match point and for there to be an easy win. And it's an interesting first engagement, and Stealth kind of getting a little lucky there. It was pretty close in terms of HP. Luckily, there is a Finka to get some HP back up for the member, or for Stealth, but he does win that first engagement. There is a pretty quick trade though that takes effect off, and right now Snake is just trying to contest and see if he can't find something else while 1HP are still at least entering the building. But it's 1HP that finds another pick. Brios gets caught out, and so that gives man advantage to 1HP, and they have taken almost all top 4 control in just the top minute, in the first minute. So that's economic, from like a time economic standpoint, that's really efficient and really good, and a lot better than I think what we've been seeing from them in the past.
Yeah, normally on these sort of SSG style roams that we see on Clubhouse Basement, like normally you don't clear the top 2 floors until like the minute 15 mark. So see 1 HP have pretty much all the control they want on the top 2 floors with a minute 30 left. Like, they're looking very strong so far in this attacking round.
Now they do know someone's in garage. They had the beat on that, and they are able to punish it. That's Poison, who's going to be down. Not completely out yet, but little to zero chance that someone's going to be able to pick it up unless this flank from Snake can make something happen. But not if Buck has something to say about it. That skeleton key shuts down the flanker, leaving it all up to Inrio to put Aerial Arise on match point. He starts it off with 1 and has the instincts to look where the other players are coming from. He kind of has an idea of where they might be, but that hatch angle is just too dangerous. Gold shuts him down, and we see, I think that's their first attack that they've gotten. I'm pretty sure they didn't get any of their first 3, so that's the first attacking round for 1 HP that they've successfully won.
Yeah, it is, and they have looked night and day better on the attack. Granted, it is only 1 round sample size, but if they can keep this up, I can see them even taking 2 or even 3 of these attacks before they switch back to defense, which would be absolutely massive if they want to push overtime or potentially even win this series, since, as we know, the points mean everything. Like, even if they can get 6 rounds and then lose like 8-6 or 8-7, that's still 1 extra point. And with how close a lot of these groups are, and especially them fighting with Zombies right now for 2nd place, it would be huge if they could pick up this extra point.
Oh, absolutely. And not only would it be an extra point for them, but it would also mean that Aerial Arise doesn't get as many points, because Aerial Arise, instead of getting the full 3, would only get 2 points. And so it, you know, like you were saying, even losing in overtime can really make big effects on the standings and determine who goes to playoffs. So there is certainly still reason for 1 HP to keep gunning as hard as they can, even if they don't think they can win it out in overtime. Just getting there could be huge for them. And quickly, I want to point out, we are finally seeing a Ying. We haven't seen Ying all the time. Was talking about how when Ying is not banned, the people weren't bringing him. Happy to see Ying. Hello, Ying.
Yes, although they have the Warden on the side of Aerial Arise, so
right.
The big thing will be isolating Snake and trying to get him off the board as early as possible. Otherwise, the Ying could be jumping in what I'm assuming will be a window straight to her death.
We've known Snake to be good on that Warden too, so they do not want to trifle with him. He's not something to be taken lightly, and this position here on top red is one of the most difficult to clear out. It's very difficult to clear out because you can't go above it, you can't go below it. That drone hole doesn't provide you the best of angles, and especially with a bulletproof shield, it's not going to be good. I don't know exactly what Gold was doing there. Maybe he just had a feeling he was going to try and rush up and try and gain early position unexpectedly. It did not work out for him. So that's real unfortunate, because the Buck, as we were talking about, is very important for this site in terms of opening up the floor below and making a lot of those defensive positions so uncomfortable to play.
Yeah, and say especially losing the Buck early, normally you will see a Buck go down into stock and cut off that top red rotation, and you basically try to brute force it with 2 to 3 bodies. But having that Buck gone as early as it was really might spell disaster for 1 HP and potentially just end the round there. But as I say that, they're just trying to flood this Logi.
Oh, and it's going horribly. It's going horribly. They're flashing their teammates. They're all dying. Oh, but a great set of double picks from Stealth. I didn't think he'd win that second one after he got that first pick. He's on low HP, sitting at just 9 points, so we'll go down to just about anything, and it's getting harder as Brios finds one onto Camo. So all up to Stealth, 9 points of HP, a minute left, 3 entirely full health defenders left on the board. It's a very difficult position here to win, as it's just going to get harder and harder with each engagement. There's going to be more information for the remaining members of Aerial Rise. They're going to know exactly where they have to spray. And once again, it only takes 1 bullet to shut down Stealth right now.
Yeah, and I mean, they already have the read on where he is. So if I were Stealth, I'd use this last 40 seconds as sort of a pseudo timeout. Where, okay, did they not shoot a default cam?
But I don't know if they didn't. I just love Stealth typing. He's gonna go to the hatch, the smoke just goes off, and he just types okay.
Yeah,
but he can't push through it.
No, because he takes 1 breath and he dies.
Yeah.
But all right, there's the kill that's been coming. So Aerial Rise on to match point. 1 HP. Their attack looked a lot worse than the previous round. So hopefully we can see them get back to that round 7 attack. Otherwise, this game might be over very, very quickly.
Yeah, and it gets really hard when you get up to you're facing a team that's on that 6-point score line, because it's not just the 4-round difference, but it's once again that they are on match point. You make one mistake and that could cost you the round and then the whole map. There's a lot more pressure there. It can be really hard for your mental to look at the scoreline and be like, we have to do 4 rounds in a row, no mistakes, no losing anything. We don't have a single bit of buffer. We got to just make it happen, and we can't afford any mistakes. It's hard, and 1HP are going to have to do that if they want a chance of winning it. Are they going to be able to do it? Most likely not, given just how successful Aerial Rise have looked, and they're hiding Kiru. I don't know if he's just kind of on his phone and he's like, I'm going to go prone behind bar and just hide here, or if they're specifically trying to hide the fact that they're bringing a bandit. I'm not sure what the point of that would be, but just prone behind there. Thank you, Observer.
Yes.
Thank you, Nano, our wonderful Observer Nanos.
Yes, thank you, Nano. And perfectly sorry to be saying, like, hey, hiding operators is not something we don't see, and well, we're finally seeing a Monty. Maybe they're just deciding we're going for broke. But back to the hiding the bandit. The reason why you do that is that way defenders do not bring those impact EMPs. We've seen it on Oregon basements a ton of times where they hide the Cade somewhere, they don't go droned, they go undroned, and therefore they don't bring a Thatcher. And if you don't bring the Thatcher, you can't get those hatches open. So hiding the bandit, that way you can place the bandit charge on the church wall, will perhaps mean 1HP do not have a way to get those bandit charges off, then those hard breachers are useless.
Luckily for 1HP, that Monty can be the ticket they need. If they aren't able to get the wall open, it's not the biggest deal in the world, because Monty can kind of just push through the doorways, can put out pings, call outs, make the defenders kind of run around, as the defenders don't want to stand in one spot in case there's someone getting ready to line up a vertical angle. And unfortunately, though, Kiru finds that opening pick. It is pretty quickly traded back out, so it's not the end of the world for 1HP, but they did lose that Ashe again. They also did lose Camo, who is right now down. Can be retrieved, and it doesn't look like there's anyone on the second floor in close proximity to Camo from the side of Aerial Rise. They're going to be able to punish that, but that's still not good, especially when you're considering the HP that has been lost. And almost catching him through the floor, but picked up just in time. This Monty still creating pressure from dirt right now. 1HP has to just take a second, regroup, and then they can start contesting site.
Yeah, and we almost saw it go from a 4v4 to a 4v2 with that bailiff of Snake. And as I mentioned, him finds stealth. You can't keep getting away with this.
Oh, it is Jover right now. Snake is just on one.
Yeah. Oh. No, my.
Didn't even have time to articulate what was going on there. Snake just kept finding absolutely nasty pick after nasty pick. But Monty pushed in with no one behind him. I mean, what can Monty even do at that point? You drop the shield, you're getting lit up from 3 different sides. So Snake just bullied all of them out of the server. An excellent play from him, and he was great the whole time. The whole map, Aerial Eyes looked really strong.
13 and 3, jeez.
Yeah. He was on a tear. They had no way of shutting him down. And that was part of 1HP's problem, is they just didn't have the focus that an attacking team needs to have. They had a few moments that were, very strong coming out of them. And there were even some moments where they still lost, but they were great individual plays. But, a few individual plays and a few good moments aren't going to win you a round against Aerial Rise.
Yeah. I mean, good news is for 1HP, that's the expected top team in the group. So them losing that is not a worst case for them. And Aerial Rise, we are seeing them return to form, which is very, very helpful, or very, very good, considering they started the group stage a bit late. So now they have a lot of ground to make up. Granted, they have 6 games to do so, but if you're just looking at purely points, they got a long way to go before they get in the top 2 or even first place.
They sure do, and it was great seeing a return to form from them because, yeah, as you were saying, they are expected to kind of be the top of that group, to be one of the main contenders here, and I want to be able to see that. I want the good show for everyone, so I want a really competitive, strong team going into it. But that's I think we were watching, that was the Group A standings. We have another game coming up from Group C. We're going to be looking at TSG and In Control in just a second, but we'll do that after a quick break, after we get everything sorted, so don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back after this.
I wish a void opened in the air to suck me up, cause I really don't care. While I'm falling, I wondered if you would miss me when I'm gone. While I'm falling, I wondered if you would miss me when I am gone.
I've been in and out my mind since I hit your phone. I've been counting up the times that I did you wrong. I just want you by my side when I get real gone. Feel it's been a little while since we got along. Yeah, we've been playing stupid games, the situation rotates. And they say communication, safe relations, okay. Medicated how I'm patient, wasting time ain't the way. Cause I can see it on your face. I've been tossing, turning, staying up all night long. I've been calling, yearning, wondering what I did wrong. I could tell by your eyes you got something to hide. So open your mind up, let me inside, and let's make it right. Tell me, baby, what's the problem? Cause I keep trying to figure it out. Oh no, oh no. Tell me, baby, what's the problem? I'm only picking up what you're putting down. You'll be tripping, I don't know what about. So what's the problem right now? Okay, now hold up. Let me get something right off my chest. I've been meaning to read into it, time to put it to rest. Is it stress? Is it that I ain't answer your text? Don't you treat it like amnesia, you know I always forget. Stirring the pot real hot, watch how the plot thickens. Around the clock, tick tock, need more than 20 seconds to get your attention before it's on to the next thing. And I'm over here again wondering, can I hold you, hear your truth, pull you closer, talk it through?
Girl, you know that I'm the one that you can come and complain to. Your silhouette's amazing, but your brain is a maze too.
So can you help me find my way while I find something to say?
I know the arguing just augments everything going both ways, but baby, I can see it on your face.
I've been tossing, turning, staying up all night long. I've been calling, yearning, wondering what I did wrong. I could tell by your eyes you got something to hide. So open your mind up, let me inside, and let's make it right. Tell me, baby, what's the problem? Cause I keep trying to figure it out. Oh no, oh no. Tell me, baby, what's the problem? I'm only picking up what you're putting down. You'll be tripping, I don't know what about. So what's the problem right now?
Ready for this.
I'm just want to be myself. Don't talk to nobody else. I want to be someone special. I don't want to be a typical person. To get away from my tangle. Start from fresh with a fundamental. I feel it right. 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 I'm learning how to be a better version of you. And now I realize I'm talking to myself. Doesn't really need to be forever. Doesn't make you feel better. I feel it, I feel it right. I feel it right. I feel it, I feel it right. I feel it right. Wanna feel it. Wanna feel it. Wanna feel it. I feel it. I feel it right. Wanna feel it. Wanna feel it. Wanna feel it. Wanna feel it.
Is it okay if I'm to say I'm catching feelings from all the dealings? Am I astray? What do you say? How are you feeling? Is it the same? I hope you're not planning to waste my time. To my surprise, that was her reply. Now we vibe. It's been a while and such a ride, the stars align. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She my do or die, my bona fide. My up when I'm down, she's always beside me. She makes me feel alive, I won't deny. Her love for me is real and kinda suicide-y. She's not the same, she's such a rare type. She's far from plain, at least in my eyes. She said if I cross her, I'll be in the grave or under her type, but yeah, that's still my babe. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. Getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role.
Ooh, you wanna come and get me, kick me down and make me hurt myself. Oh no, you will never forget me. I'm imprinted on your heart, I swear. At times you make me angry, but I know that it could always be worse, be worse, be worse. Baby, now I'm trying to forget you. Baby, I know everything that was about you. No, I'm joking, I'm looking for the bathroom. Round and round, yeah, round and round we go. Picture perfect, but so many flaws that stopped you. I don't wanna ever see you in the same room. I open up and then you hit on all my issues. Round and round we go, we go. Didn't think you would ever believe in me. Now I see your colors, now they're in my dreams. Do I need a doctor? Do I just need sleep? Cause I've been up for almost 3 weeks. Ooh, you think you got to me? All you did was use me. Round and round we go, we go. Baby, now I'm trying to forget you. Baby, I know everything that was about you. No, I'm joking, I'm looking for the bathroom. Round and round, yeah, round and round we go. Picture perfect, but so many flaws that stopped you. I don't wanna ever see you in the same room. I open up and then you hit on all my issues. Round and round we go, we go.
All right, and we are back with TSG and in control for this Group C matchup. Now, we were talking about this before we left, but this is the number 4 seeded team from the Group C with TSG. They are 0-3 right now. They have not been doing too good, not doing too well. Meanwhile, in control are number 2. They have won both of their games, so they haven't played as many games as TSG. I'm going to almost say TCSG. The slug shock on that kid every time I say TSG. But there are some important stakes on this match, aren't there?
Yeah, I say we were discussing in the little break, but if TSG loses this game, although they aren't mathematically eliminated, they are very, very close to it. I believe one of the other teams just have to get 1 or 2 points, and then TSG is mathematically eliminated. So even though this is only their 4th match, they need to win this, do or die.
It could be it for TSG. And even if they win this one in overtime, that might also do it in. They might need all 3 points here if they want to continue their prospects of not only this group stage, but potentially even making it to playoffs. I'm not even sure if that's possible, but obviously they have a lot to do, and they're going to have to show us a completely different team than the TSG that we've seen so far in the group stages. Because like I said, they haven't been super successful. They haven't been able to even put up an overtime loss. All 3 of their losses have been in regulation, and they're going up against the 2nd seeded team who have yet to drop a map here in this group stage. So I'd be a little scared.
Yeah, although the one saving grace for TSG is they have played Makers twice. The top team in the group and potentially even in all of Blitz Gaming. So it isn't all doom and gloom for them yet, as they are playing the quote unquote weaker competition in their group. But yeah, they certainly have the work cut out for them coming to the second half of the group stage.
Yeah, they've lost twice to Makers, so it's not the biggest deal. Like you're saying, they do maybe have better chances here. But why don't we take a look at our 2 teams that we're going to be seeing going up against each other in the server, TCSG. I'm just, maybe I'll just
that's their new name.
But it's Cassia, it's Sharkping, it's Scarping. I'm going to have so much trouble pronouncing things. It's what I'm supposed to do as a caster. Space, Trix, and Zim. And then for In Control, it's Joddles, Lunar, Big Guy, Safehold, and Zax. I've seen the In Control guys play. I casted them, I believe, in the qualifiers, and I think I casted one of their other group stage games. They look quite good. I like a lot of how these guys play, and I don't really know much about TSG, so I'm kind of going in a little bit blind with regards to them, but In Control are opponents to fear for sure.
Yeah, I believe I've casted both these teams. TSG, obviously, in qualifiers, they did make it out, so they are still a good team, and In Control, as you mentioned, very strong team. But getting into the map bans,
where are we going?
Well, Chalet, pretty basic map. I think it's definitely up there for the most played in all of Blitz Gaming Series. It would have to at least be top 2 in my eyes.
Yeah, I've casted it definitely for this as well. And yeah, like you're saying, it's pretty common.
Yeah. I mean, there's a reason, because it's a good map.
Yeah, and a lot of teams have moved it into their common rotation, and they've learned all the strats for it, and yeah, it's fun.
Yeah, and TSG, they're starting on defense, In Control on attack. I don't remember who starts defense in overtime if we get that far, but TSG, they cannot be focused on overtime. They need to win it in regulation if they want any hope of making it through to the playoffs. But I believe we're booting up the map now.
Starting on defense is probably the best thing for TSG. Yes. They can get a few good defensive rounds in while they are on the slightly easier side. Get into this match with your good foot in front of you, rather than starting on attack and already losing some of your mental if you lose those first ones. But let's see who their first to ban is. I'm curious, because it's going to be Ying. Ying is pretty common on Chalet. So unfortunately, no Ying coming. I wonder if they're going to get rid of Monty. I don't think so.
I've seen Monty get played a decent bit on Chalet, but also not really common on other maps, but Flores might be banned, especially since on that Bar Gaming bomb site, you often see 1 or even 2 shields on top, but nope, they go with the simple Monty ban. Very strong operator. He just does so much even if you don't want to bring the smokes, which is very common on Monty, he has those secondary heartbeat shards and also those EMPs. So he fulfills so many roles on the attack, and he's a shield op. So one of the best operators in the game currently. And defense, Azami.
No surprise with Azami.
Yeah.
Especially for library, just messing up the angles that the attackers can hold outside of snowmobile. There's so many ways in which Azami can just be so detrimental on this map. There's a lot of window play on this map, and so she can just ruin that as an attacker. It can be really hard to fight against. So not super surprising, and same with Mira, but not the most surprising ban lineup at all. I'm just disappointed. I said they weren't going to do Monty. I had a feeling, and it was a bad call.
The
caster, I'm washed.
Yeah, Mira, like, even though she is really strong on this map, I am a little bit surprised to see her banned out, as she is such a staple on that bar gaming bomb site, and also very strong on the other bomb sites as well. So interesting to see. I'll be interested to see what the other teams sort of bring in place of Mira, and especially since Azami isn't there as well. Like, that's normally what I would go to next if I don't have access to Mira.
And kind of surprised actually to see the Valkyrie be left up. I feel like Valkyrie is a pretty big ban here, given some of these rooms are kind of spacious, and so a single Valk cam can look at a lot of space and be really difficult to find and counter. I mean, you can see
even the observer can't find it.
Oh no, Nanos found it. Nanos is good enough.
Yeah.
But that's a nice spot for it, because it just sits right on that light. It doesn't look immediately out of the place, and you're going in. If you don't have an IQ, you're searching around looking at corners and rafters, and you could totally miss that camera. So not a surprise to see Valkyrie left up on or up for grabs, but maybe both teams want to play with Valkyrie. Meanwhile, that Flores that you talked about is immediately coming out. Because Flores being able to get into trench if you're attacking basement, being able to go in and clear out bar and gaming areas is really strong. But you're gonna see Buck just going straight in, just getting straight into connector here of basement, and already knows that someone's kind of probably lurking down in the basement. But I don't know if he knows that they're close right around this corner.
Yeah, I mean, they seem to be aware that both players are vaguely aware of where each other is, but neither really wants to push up in fear of losing that first pick.
The gun barrel is just going to trigger this Buck a little bit, but nothing is going to be found. Unfortunately, Big Guy is able to shut down Cassia, because I think Cassia knew they couldn't rotate back out towards that trench door. They knew that had gotten up, and that would be a complete death wish. So opening pick is a solid pinch from In Control to take out the Valkyrie. They now know that there's a Valkyrie for sure, and they've gotten rid of, I think Valkyrie probably had a C4, didn't actually see, but there still is a C4 from the mute on the board. So they can use that, but they're gonna have to be able to stop Big Guy from just walking in and getting all these picks. And now the base or the ground floor is getting torn up. There we go. Zim with a good shutdown. I like to see that retake and potentially catch someone here hopping in through library, but nope, I think they're already too far in the building, and they're gonna shut down space. In Control, doing such a good job right now.
Yeah, they're really playing together very well, and like, even just besides that kill down in bar, like, they've been together the entire round and like taking gunfights two at a time, like 2 players at a time on TSG's one. So even like, we're seeing them play trades very, very well. So even if TSG are able to find 1 kill, that's all they find before eventually falling to another player.
Scarp's gonna have to clutch up here. SMG-11 is kind of a great weapon for clutches, especially since the Mossberg for close range, you can pump someone around a corner, and the SMG-11, you use those head holes that they've created. You can really find some success. That C4 is unfortunately not going to find any success. Does find the first player. That's Joddle's taken down, not completely out, but are they going to even go for the res on Joddles, or have they already dedicated too much to going downstairs?
They seem to have 1 player up to get him.
Yeah. Looks like Lunar will attempt the res while the smokes are going off, just to scare Scarp a little bit, just to let Scarp know that someone is down on this first floor too, so Scarp can't go and play those holes. And there's the shutdown. Joddles does get picked up and wants revenge, and immediately goes and just repeats the same hole he got shot through. It's a crazy find there. He had a ping on it. I think I saw a ping.
I mean, shooting through the floor is like, granted, these players are much better than me, but shooting through the floors is very tough, especially when they are sort of facing away from you, or like I guess perpendicular, some adjacent, one of the many math words that I don't remember off the top of my head. But shooting the floor, very difficult. In case you haven't tried it, since ranked is often infested with cheaters. But good attack from In Control. They played together very well, and TSG, they just seemed like they were overswing, like they didn't really need to take all those gunfights, besides maybe like Cassia down in the basement where they knew that there was 2 players like converging, so obviously that gunfight needs to be taken. But other than that, the TSGs just seem to be taking unnecessary gunfights instead of playing the map and, more importantly, playing the clock.
Seeing that TCS G12 coming out.
Yeah.
It's the gun,
not the TCSG being played on the side of TSG.
Yeah. It's one of those mouthfuls of good vocal warm-up I could have done before casting it in order to prepare. But the Cade is coming out. They're going to try and keep that snowmobile wall, probably keep that closed as long as possible. And there isn't, I mean, they didn't ban the Thatcher. Like we saw Thatcher ban last time. So this time they can just use Thatcher, and if it's close enough, get rid of those or deactivate those claws for a bit and get that wall open right away. But will Cade try and trick it? We've seen Cade tricking be a lot more popular as of late, especially when you pair it with Tubarão, but there is no Tubarão, so just the Cade trick coming out. Ooh, almost had it, but the EMP from Thatcher's a little too good. Cade does get out of there successfully and safely, but the wall is also opened by Thermite.
Yes. Realistically, with a Cade, if the other team plays a Thatcher, it is not even worth it to try a trick, as the deployment time of the Cade charge takes way too long in like versus the EMP of Thatcher. And good shot from Lunar there.
Excellent shot, takes the head off of space. So that's one of the roamers taken care of. They know that someone's in library though, and that's kind of one of the problems with them. They're gonna start flashing. They have drones, they're spraying through the wall. They're unable to secure that kill though, and no way. Zim makes it all the way back down. I thought for sure that flash that blinded Zim would be enough that they could execute and push off that. So they do manage to obtain upper floor control and flush the roamers, which in and of itself is still a victory, but they don't manage to get the kill, and oof.
Yeah.
Big C4 coming out from Cassius. Shuts
those
down
Val
safe.
Cams.
Yep, it's those Val Cams.
But In Control, like, really, I don't understand, like, a bit of their lineup. Like, why don't they have a vertical play operator like Buck, or more commonly on this site, Ram? Like, with the Ram, you can just open up vertical from outside the map and just not have to worry about it, because like you can get the vert done in like 30 seconds.
Wonder if Joddles is taking care of it. Those secondary breaching charges. So Joddles can open up a little bit, but you're right, not nearly as much as
risky.
you would. I think they were maybe even using some of the Flores drones to potentially do some of that, and great patience coming out from Zax, who just knows Cassie is stuck in that corner, but ultimately manages to get him. Meanwhile, Zim does find another kill, so things still evened up. It's a 3 versus 3 as we come into the last 20 seconds. Zax does find one onto Scarp, so that throws man advantage into the favor of In Control, and then it's an easy finish up. Lunar and Zax find the last 2. I really liked their patience there, despite of how close time was getting. They didn't just run full bore into sight with all abandoned, and you know that would easily have shut them down. They still waited. They waited until they had pressure points kind of diagnosed, and they could push those and make the defenders move and then punish those movements.
Yeah, nice to see In Control really like slowing it down even in the mid and late round there. Like we saw Zax, I believe, and Cassia like with the Mexican standoff there for a solid 30 seconds. Like neither of them were moving a muscle, even though they were both aware of where each other were. So nice to see the patience of In Control, and eventually it did translate to a round win, and they're up 2-0, which for TSG is very, very worrying, as they need to start picking up rounds very, very soon.
And we were talking about how starting on defense was maybe something of a nice boon for TSG here, and they're just not able to leverage it to much success. Even if they win 1 right now, they're obviously, you know, it's not as bad as it could be to lose all 3, but you really would have wanted to leave this defensive quarter with the point lead. and them not having it just makes it look like In Control are going to be able to keep control of this whole map potentially.
Yes, the funny play on words. In Control are in control of the game thus far.
Oh, I didn't think of that.
All right, that's it. I'll be here all night. Alrighty, so
not.
the bar stock. Yeah, I
don't want to be here all night.
But the bar stock defense without a Miro looks very, very different. The Fenrir and the Solus say, seems like just yesterday where if neither of those operators are banned, the defense would just go up 6-0 for free because those operators are so powerful. But it's crazy to see that now both of those operators get left unbanned as they have been severely nerfed from what they were just a few months ago.
Right now, the attackers are just doing the standard work. They really have to take control of library as it's a very powerful position. You can hold above site as a defender. Second library, have that hatch open. You can deny a lot of plants from happening, but it's going to be that much more difficult to hold on to site when your warden is gone. As Joddles finds that first trade, but Joddles is taken out as he's trying to leave back through that snowmobile breach. So it's a good pickup there coming out of space, who just rushes over, gets that pick. Can't find the second person outside of snowmobile, but still a great way to turn things. But In Control are not taking their foot off the brake or off the pedal at all. The gas pedal. They find another pick. They shut down Cassia. They shut down Tricks now. All of a sudden, it's a 2-4. There is over a minute left. Lots of time for the attackers to still find things. They have another logic bomb left. They have Guana Hives that Grim can shoot out. They're punishing this person. Oh, that poor last up in library just getting absolutely decimated. It's all going to be down to Zim, who where is Zim exactly? Zim's holding out. You can see here in dining hallway. So not on site. If In Control know this, which now that they're sending out that logic bomb, they could just start pushing for plant, which is exactly what Zach is doing. And this retake is going to be nearly impossible. The footholds, the coverage from up above. No surprise to see Big Guy finish it out. And a perfect little flawless attacking quarter for the side of In Control.
Yeah, flawless round, flawless quarter. In Control are very much, as their name says, in control of the game. And that was the bad quarter. Like, you ideally want to be defending instead of attacking, as defense is so much easier. And now they get to take the better side. So TSG, I know it's not technically do or die, but you guys got to act like it is.
Yeah, and we're looking at some of our production right now, and they're telling us that they played each other in quals. TSG and In Control did, and In Control won pretty handedly. So it's tough being a TSG fan right now. No, it doesn't look like they're gonna win, and they played on Chalet too. So In Control already have handedly beaten TSG on this very map. I mean, as TSG, the only silver lining there is, hey, we've seen In Control play this map really successfully. Let's learn from that. Let's try and counter it. But right now, it does not look like they're doing that.
Yeah, and funny enough, in quals, they played on this map as well. And do you know what the scoreline was?
Was it a 7-0?
It was indeed, and I was casting that map as well, and or at least I believe I was, and it was bad. So let's hope things can turn around for TSG, as I don't like talking all this trash about them, as obviously they are here for a reason. They were one of the best 16 teams that were in this competition / quals, so they deserve to be here. Let's hope they can start playing like it.
Yeah, and that's real unfortunate. Big Guy with a spawn peek from library shuts down one. You peeked it? Yes, he does, Zim.
Yes.
Does peek it. That's the Ayana takedown, which is so huge. Ayana's so strong. You have that, you know, it's technically like infinite droning. You can just keep summoning another one of those alibi drones and putting them in. But that's a great punish there. They know that Big Guy is up there and feeling himself, and I know that he might just peek another one. Cassia with the punish. So they at least take out one of the players and tie things up. But, I mean, Valkyrie probably already put all 3 cameras down. There's no getting any of those drones or any utility out of those drones from the side of TSG now that not only Yana dead, but also the drones of Twitch, who's gone to a C4.
All the info ops are just dying early on, which is a bit of an issue as, say, although the Twitch drones might have gotten quite a few cams, like obviously having 4 drones just by itself is inherently strong, and then the Yana obviously is incredible with just the incredible gun, and also just having that clone at worst every 30 seconds.
Great pick though from Space, even things out. So that's exactly what TSG need in this moment, is they want to even things out, because now it's coming to site push. This Warden could be huge. That flash isn't going to be super successful, but Warden isn't going to really swing. They're going to let Nomad get all the way tucked into that piano wall. That flash, unfortunately, they're going to be punishing. They know exactly where the Warden is. They have the rotates cut off for the other part of site. So now it's all up to Joddles. Or sorry, I've been completely misreading that.
No, it's all up to Joddles.
Yeah, it is all up to Joddles, but I was looking at the teams wrong because of the quarter switch. But TSG now doing such a great job with those little cutoffs there, and a great little punish. That's exactly what we want to see out of them. You guys can do it.
Alrighty, at least they've made improvement from the last time these two teams played. But that attack, even despite them losing arguably their 2 most valuable operators as early as they did, they played very well. In Cassia got that trade back very quickly, and then we saw the 2 players walk through piano, get that, well, first kill onto the Legion trying to run away, then also they had the Warden there, or they found the Warden with that as well. And even if Warden had gotten that first kill, I believe it was Cassia, they had Scarp or Space, I forget which one, right there to get the trade back almost instantly. So good round from TSG. Of course, they're showing life on attack, which makes total sense. Why would you play well on defense when you can play well on attack instead? But
exactly.
The basement bomb site out of in control. It's been weird. We've been seeing this bomb site a lot more than Bar Gaming as the second option for a lot of teams, when historically Bar Gaming has been the best site on this map. But maybe it's just the new meta of going kitchen, then basement, then Bar Gaming.
One of my thoughts on that was something I noticed was Bar Gaming was really popular because as a defender you could go up in library and you were so difficult to remove, and you could really control a lot of gaming. And then I think teams were really annoyed by that and developed so many different ways to clear those players out of library. I mean, there's so many different ways that teams would do it now. And so I think maybe all those different ways to clear out the library has made it less popular, because library isn't as safe as it once was before the teams have really figured out how to deal with that player. Anyway, getting into the site at hand, we're going to see that main snowmobile wall getting open. We're just seeing TSG. Swear to God, I'm going to do it every time. We're just seeing TSG doing all the standard stuff right now. No immediate spawn peak, so already going a little bit better for them. And there's that RAM you were talking about earlier. Chew up the floors. You don't even have to enter the building. You can be really safe and just let those boogie drones eat everything. Exactly what's happening there. They're kind of opening up and taking a look into kitchen. And see, which, isn't site itself, but still being able to prevent anyone from playing on that hatch that's in kitchen that drops into wine cellar is great. And another great thing for TSG as Space finds that opening pick.
Yeah, in case you didn't notice, In Control are playing a heavy roam strat, so finding a kill onto the mutes might just open up an avenue into the bomb site and getting the plant down really quickly, especially since they now have that vertical control on the player in connector.
Space is just a little scared to push in through that breach, and understandably, as on 12 HP, pushing into the breach will attract every impact, every C4. If there were smoke sprouted, it would attract the toxic babes, and even an impact that doesn't hit him, if it's close enough, the splash damage will certainly be enough to at least down Space. So understandable why they're a little bit cautious, despite the fact that they could just go straight into sight. We're gonna see Zim take a lot of damage, but stay alive. Meanwhile, Safe doesn't stay alive, so that gives them that gives TSG another and even bigger man advantage. They're gonna start pushing for plant as they've taken most of the A site. That C4 probably not gonna be able to find much, as it just can't get around that big column in Wine Cellar to actually find the planter. So plant's down, all the guns from TSG are up. They have outside coverage. They know where these at least one of these players are, and a couple of downs come out for the side of In Control. Those downs get turned into kills, and it's a pretty easy post plant for TSG as they're able to sweep up the remaining defenders.
Yeah, and one thing I really want to highlight is how In Control are playing that bomb site. Like, normally there are two ways you play that bomb site. Either one, the way they did, in which you have roamers like Solus or even Vigil, and you really just try to deny them getting in the map and force them to have to flood in through trench or even the main breach. Or there's the other way, which obviously they wouldn't know that going into the round, but it probably would work out a lot better, is you hold that boiler wall with a Warden shotgun and a shield, and you just don't even let them get in trench and only have potentially one or two guys upstairs versus the three like they did. Obviously, there's no way of knowing how TSG would have attacked, but hopefully next time they go basement, they make that adjustment and maybe they win the round. But moving on to Kitchen, apparently Big Eye just loves his Solus, because even though it got nerfed and the nerf hit pretty hard, still running that operator. And other than that, pretty basic lineup. You'll always see Mute on this Kitchen bomb site. You will see Cade a lot of the time as well, just since you can use that one Cade claw, I believe, to get both the office wall and the kitchen wall, unless, oh no, my math is way off. But Cade, very powerful on this site.
Looks like we're just kind of watching an attacker-sided Chalet,
Yeah.
which Chalet was never the most defender-sided map. I think its numbers came out
50-50.
Yeah, it was pretty close to 50-50, so it's not insane to see it go more attacker-sided than some other maps, but still kind of surprising that so far not a single defense has been won, and we're on the 6th round, so maybe things change here, but if not, TSG tie things up. We're done with the first half. They're going into that second half. They have a bit more momentum, especially since, as you were saying, they've already well outdone themselves given their last attempt against In Control on this map in qualifiers where they got 7-0'd. They're doing so much better right now. They're looking so much better. From your mental, that's going to be great, and it can have a lot of very good effects in terms of just how well you're able to keep playing. Well, they are going to get this double wall open into master bedroom, so we're going to see a pretty solid sort of utilitarian push from TSG as they're going to start getting ready for that vertical play, open up those floors, open up the walls, get every angle you can to pressure someone out of the dining room area. But the roamers haven't been completely flushed out yet. I don't know if they know exactly where all of them are. Is top floor is not entirely surrendered. You can see that both Goyo and Malusi are still up there towards the Solarium side, though.
Yeah, and Solus finds an opener, but the one thing that has really changed, and the one thing that a lot of Brazilian teams do very well, is they don't give up like top floors as easily as North American teams will. Like, as we see one defender hop over, Brazilian teams will often fight pretty much to the death on this top floor site on Chalet. And the reason for that is if you lose the top floor at a bad time, like it's pretty much wraps, because the defense or the attackers have so much time to get all the vertical control.
Finally, a trade comes out as TSG are able to find one through that vertical play. They shut down Safe, but not before they lost 2 of their attackers. So now coming down to 40 seconds, they still have to get that K-Claw off the wall, but there's no point in even doing it as Ace is out of cell mechanister, so you're not even gonna see him shoot it. There's no way that they can open up anything as they don't have the hard breach. They're losing these fights. They needed to get that trade there, but Malusi's able to just hide behind the exhaust pipes there. The bomb itself, not able to finish up that kill, is a pretty big loss for TSG, as that could have been something to keep it at least pretty close. And there you go, big guy swings, finds another pick. It's all gonna be up to Zim, who's almost certainly not going to be able to find anything here, trying to get past these footholds or even see if there's anything there, but with no time on the clock. TSG do not find their last one. We do see the first successful defensive round of the day, and for this first half, In Control walk away with a lead. Not as big as it could have been, but a lead nonetheless.
Yeah, and that does it for the first half. TSG looked a lot stronger in that second quarter. So them going back onto defense, I really think they are favored going into this second half, as they know the adjustments that they need to make on those bomb sites that they played, and going on to attack, they just need to do more of the same, and they might even be able to close us out 7-4, 7-5.
Yeah, it would have to be a big effort from them, and I'm not sure if In Control are gonna just let it go that easy, but we'll see how well it goes. What I really want to see out of TSG is something else has to happen on defense. They looked solid on attack. They didn't win them all, but they looked solid, and they can keep looking solid. But if they don't bring anything to the table defensively, this is just going to go the way of In Control. So I want something new. I want some strange strat. If what you're doing isn't working, try something different. Bring out like a late pick cap can or something to catch them off guard, or like we saw in that last game with Aerial Rise, where Snake brought out that Caveira for one round. Bring something like that to just throw the enemies off guard a little bit.
Make them have to think about it.
Yeah.
Because even if it's just for that one round, let's say they bring out a cap can and it gets one kill, it might just completely throw off the mental of In Control. Because I've had it happen many times. My friends have as well, where like you die to a cap can trap and you get all upset with yourself, like, how do I die to something as simple as that? Like, that's copper level stuff. Maybe that's what they need, those little pocket strats or one-off strats where maybe it works, maybe it doesn't, but it gets in the other team's head. But moving on to defense, it seems like they're playing pretty uniform. Castle, very common on this site. Frost, as there's a lot of windows to hop in on the piano and bathroom windows. Once again, very common. Malusi just incredibly strong right now, and I'd argue even got a buff, even though she lost her ACOG. And then Mute, as I mentioned, very, very common on this site. So unfortunately, we're not seeing them sort of reinvent the wheel, but at least their fundamentals are solid.
And hopefully they can make those fundamentals work. If they lose this round, the next round they have to change something up, or else it's over. They can afford this round. You wouldn't like to lose it, because then In Control at any point just need one round in order to guarantee overtime and kind of be in that safe position that the 5-round scoreline gives you. But TSG have at least that. They have a little bit of time here. They can try it conventionally, like you were saying, play the foundational stuff or the more expected stuff. Play that really solid. If it doesn't work, then you bring out those strange strats and try and make something here. But right now, they're just kind of letting In Control burn their own time. And unfortunately, right as I say that, Zax decides he's going to swing that while Ace is lighting it up. His head gets taken clean off. So the bandit's taken out. No bandit tricking. Not that I think they were really attempting to do it anymore, but still, first engagement goes the way of In Control. Not a good look for TSG.
Yeah, I was going to bring up how I like how Trix is still standing around. And I don't even think the swing in itself was a bad idea. I ideally would have liked to see him wait like a solid second, wait for Ace to sort of run out of bullets. But pretty unlucky from Trix. Like, I think he did have the right play in mind. But luckily, TSG are still holding the top 4 pretty firmly. We still see that Frost top solar. Really just holding off the cutoff, and as we say that, 2 big picks from TSG.
Excellent shot there from Space, just finding someone's head in master bedroom. So really like that. And now they have control. They can keep holding on to the top floor. They have man advantage, so they can trade things out. And we're seeing that attackers are kind of scrambling here. They have to clear out this top floor at least a bit more in order to get the safety they need. And that's exactly what they're going to be able to do. Zax is able to find one, shutting down Space, but they don't know if top floor is fully clear yet. They have some information. They're still just clearing out the corners. Now they're secure. Now they're going to start pressuring through that hatch, maybe open something else up. And they still have a Dokubi, so that Mark 14 DMR can really chew through the floors. And a great angle here. How is that just open? How is no one watching that? An ace coming out from Zax. I don't understand how he gets those two. And then this last person knows where he is and just completely fumbles it. What were they looking at? That question mark, very, very warranted.
Yes. I don't know if you saw it, but Zax, about 5 seconds prior to just walking down the stairs, shot out the cam and somebody was watching it. Why was there not a call out? Like, you know that there's about 30 seconds on the clock. They need to make something happen. You know, on a execute for the kitchen bomb site, one player is going to guarantee drop hatch, and one player is going to walk down solar stairs. Why do you not have someone watching that? And more importantly, why are you lining up? Why are you exposed to it? So TSG now has no lifelines. They played that round very well up until the 30-second mark, but after that, they just completely fell apart.
Yeah, if they lose another one, they give in control match point. They give in control guaranteed overtime if it would somehow come to that. But given how that's been playing, I can't see TCSG bringing it. I can't see TCSG bringing it all the way to overtime. It just doesn't seem possible, especially since looking at their lineup again, we're not seeing the types of changes that I would like. Maybe they can bring out those changes in how they play, but that play that happened last round, the lineup is actually able to find, that's the type of play that sits in your mind and can wreck your mental. And there you go. That's a good way to pick yourself right back up though. Space does find a great opening pick, shuts down the Ash of Lunar, and there's no way to trade that out unless Big Guy wants to Amaru right into the window and try and get a pick. But it's a real safe opening pick with no trade. But as I say that, Scarp does get found by Jottle, so things even up. Not really a true trade as it was a different engagement, but things get bad for TSG now as Safe finds Space. That's the trade. That Amaru play is not going to work as it's caught out. Nice play by Cassia. Stays on the balls of their feet, able to shut down that surprise trick from that Gara hook coming up through the hatch. But Zax is so good, shuts down tricks. What is Zax at right now?
12 and 3. Yeah,
doing really good.
Yeah, it's all up to Zim and Cassia to basically keep their team in Blitz Gaming. Otherwise, they'll be the second team eliminated. Or, well, not quite mathematically, but, you know, not looking good. Oh, this gunfight could basically decide their fate.
Let's say they're just kind of dodging around each other's bullets. They know exactly where each other are. Everyone's kind of locked into their own positions right now. There's a minute 20 left, so they can just kind of hold this stalemate. And a great peek from Zim shuts down Safe. That means it's all up to Jottles. They know where Jottles is. That grenade's flushing him out, and the grenade flush is good. Jottles is able to push him. The 417 is just so strong, and it shuts him down. It's all going up to Cassia. Cassia up above, has that secondary shotgun, can open up plants, but can't see them because of the wall that's been set up by Sens. Sens gets the plant down and has now completely rotated, gives his position away with a couple shots, and the peak is not good from Cassia. Jottles manages to win it out, pushing their team to match point and pretty much, in my opinion at least, guaranteeing that they win this, because now it's a lot of consecutive rounds that TSG have to mount in a row. No mistakes in order to win this thing. They got to put up 4, and even then it's not a win. They have the opportunity to try and win it out in overtime, but if things go like they've been going, in control take this pretty quickly.
Yeah, and TSG, like, even though it's an attacker sided map, they still have to win this defense, and 2, winning 3 straight attacking rounds is not that easy. Like, even if I believe we've only seen 1 defensive round so far this game, like, that I would not expect that trend to continue or like bank on it if I was TSG. Like, they pretty much, like, they had that round in the bag. They had the info on where Sens was, and we saw, I believe, it was Trix or whoever the warden was, or I believe it was Zim, sorry, but Zim just lost the gunfight, and then they lost the post plant. So really tough round for TSG, and we might only see 2 games left of them in Blitz Gaming series.
Been saying it that they are They gotta win on defense if they want to make this
Yes.
work. They gotta win. Not only it would be the first defense that TSG have won. The only defensive round won so far was by In Control. So TSG have to win their first defense in order to stay in. They have to break that trend of this being like a fairly attacker-sided Shalite. They need to break that trend here and now, because if they don't, In Control are on the stronger side as it looks. They're just going to be able to walk all over TSG.
They're just going to walk in breach.
You can see they're doing a good job with drones. They're opening things up. If they hit hard and fast and go aggressive like they're doing, putting those smokes off, flashing, a Sen's drone or one of those Sen's throws coming out to block off everything, and with Blitz planting, he can plant with the shield on his back. He's really hard to get rid of. A bunch of kills going back and forth, and ultimately TSG actually come out with man advantage. But you can see Scarp on low HP, so he can't take much. But with the Fuser already down, with all these players outside, they have solid coverage, and it's not just 3 players. One of them is a Blitz who, if you try defusing that Blitz, just charges you. You either get off or you get flattened. Joddle's the great pick to make things easier. He has a second one. The members of TSG just have no idea what to do. The run out is not good. Legion's kind of panicking. And up top, the run out isn't good from there either. Zach's on the Blitz, gets that final shutout, and it's an easy victory for In Control, who at no point ever looked like they were gonna besmirch their namesake and lose control.
Yeah, very tough showing out of TSG, and I'm surprised they even wanted to go to this map in the first place, as their history playing this roster was not exactly excellent. But 7-2, In Control, I believe, move up into first place in their group, which, considering the teams in their group, mainly Makers, is very good for them, and it all but secures themselves a spot in the playoffs.
Well, it's been good, TSG, but I believe that was their last chance. They do have more games coming up, so they're not completely done for the tournament, but they don't have any chances of making it to playoffs, at least. So,
I believe that, but yeah, I believe they do, but it would require like a lot of things going right for them, mainly 86 Pistons losing out all of their games.
Hey, that's why I'm saying they don't have a chance. I'm going to cast or curse it, and it's going to happen. By saying there is zero chance. No, by saying there's zero chance, that very slim chance will come true. We'll see the incredible underdog story that is TSG. So that's, slim chance though. And it wasn't a great showing from them, so they have to make some very dramatic improvements. They have to pray to just about every single deity you can think of if they want the constellations to align and for the right circumstance to fall where they somehow have a chance of making it into the playoffs. But it's out of their hands for the most part. They have to let other teams kind of make their own mistakes and, you know, a lot points as that would happen.
Other than that, like, obviously great game from In Control, like, fun. I've used this joke like 3 times already, but they were in control from round 1 all the way through that game. And Zach especially, I believe he finished like 13-4, 14-4. Like, incredible game from him.
Yeah, it was really impressive. But that is all of our games for tonight. There are a couple more, or a handful more best of ones, I believe, tomorrow. So, you know, check on the stream again. There'll be more playing to sort of getting ready to wrap up. I think the group stage won't be done tomorrow, but we're getting into the later parts of the group stage. We're starting to see who the clear leaders are. So if you want to see any potential upsets happen, if you want to see a team solidify their chances at the top of their group and make it to playoffs, tune in tomorrow. It's I believe starting right around 6 p.m. Eastern time as well. But that is all for me. I've had a great time casting, and I enjoy casting with you, Dark.
100%. And the last thing I will say is it is Ariel versus 1 HP and Makers versus 86 Pistons tomorrow. Only 2 games versus our normal 4. But other than that, we will see y'all tomorrow.
I wish a void opened in the air to suck me up, 'cause I really don't care. While I'm falling, I wondered if you would miss me when
I'm not ready yet, ready to forget now. I'm not ready yet, ready to forget now. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
I've been in and out my mind since I hit